innovation of American industry and federal agencies, and eliminating the waste, fraud, and abuse in the Medicaid that jeopardizes care for millions of women, children, people with disabilities, and elderly Americans. To ensure American energy dominance, we will secure our energy infrastructure by taking the steps to refill our strategic petroleum reserve, which strengthens our energy security and supports our national security. In order to support the abundant energy production that will be necessary to secure our grid, and in order to increase revenue, we will expand the use of user fees to help streamline the siting and permitting of new oil, gas, carbon dioxide, and hydrogen pipelines. We can save $172 billion over the next 10 years by repealing the burdensome Biden-Harris administration regulations, and over $100 billion by eliminating the EV mandates imposed by the vehicle emission and CAFE standards that have failed to serve the American taxpayers. And through investments to modernize the Department of Commerce, we can integrate AI systems to make the department more secure and effective. To protect the integrity of this project, and we're implementing guardrails that protect against state-level AI laws that could jeopardize our technological leadership. Our legislation will raise $88 billion of new revenue through a historic agreement reauthorizing the FCC Spectrum Auction Authority while protecting U.S. national security. The Biden-era inflation has left Americans struggling to access affordable health care. The issue has been exacerbated by the decisions of left-leaning state governments to spend dollars on illegal immigrants. We make no apologies for prioritizing Americans in need over illegal immigrants and those who are capable but choose not to work. Our priority remains the same: strengthen and sustain Medicaid for those whom the program was intended to serve: expectant mothers, children, people with disabilities, and the elderly. We are prepared to stop the billions of dollars of waste, fraud, and abuse in the Medicaid program by beginning to rein in the loopholes, by ensuring states have the flexibility to remove ineligible recipients from their rolls, and removing beneficiaries who are enrolled in multiple states. These are all common sense policies that will return taxpayer dollars to middle-class families. Medicaid was created to protect health care for Americans who otherwise could not support themselves. But Democrats expanded the program far beyond this core mission. That's why we are establishing common sense work requirements for capable but not working adults in the expansion population. Let me be clear, these work requirements would only apply to able-bodied adults without dependents who don't have a disqualifying condition, encourage them to reenter the workforce and regain their independence. All of this is part of our effort to strengthen Medicaid for the people that need it most. When President Trump delivered his second inaugural address, he promised a revolution of common sense that will launch a generation of growth, prosperity, and health. This reconciliation bill is critical to that promise the President and congressional Republicans made to the American people. Today, we bring before the committee a package that unleashes American energy dominance, advances innovation, and protects access to care for our most vulnerable. Each of these is a core part of our effort to respark the American dream and ensure our country will always be the land of opportunity. I have no doubt that we'll have some robust discussions today about these proposals. These discussions are important, and I look forward to using this time to address the issues that matter most to the American families we serve. So I thank you all for your hard work as we continue our work to serve the American people. I now yield 5 minutes to the ranking member, my friend from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me
the committee will come to order. The chair will advise the audience that disruption of a congressional business is a violation of law and is a criminal offense. Please come to order. The chair advises the audience that violations will not be tolerated and the violators will be removed from the room and may be subject to arrest.
They have an empty chair and then this important markup. And so he's like, okay, I'm headed over.
Committee will come to order. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for his 5-minute opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do want to say that I think hopefully everyone understands that these demonstrations the people feel very strongly because they know they're losing their health care and the cruelty that comes from the Republican proposal that makes them lose their health care and their health insurance. But I would just ask that to the police, I don't know if they're in the room, that we not arrest people if possible because many of them are disabled and I don't want to see them further hurt with their disability in the process of being arrested. But for months now, President Trump and congressional Republicans promised the American people they would not cut Medicaid benefits or strip away people's health care. In February, President Trump said, and I'm quoting, Medicare, Medicaid, none of that stuff is going to be touched. House Speaker Johnson doubled down on that promise, stating, and again I'm quoting, the White House has made a commitment. The president has said over and over, we're not going to touch Social Security, Medicare, or Medicaid. We've made that same commitment. Now, I have to say, Mr. Chairman, those are promises that Republicans made to the American people, and it's clear that they have broken that promise. And I just want to reference on Sunday night, Mr. Chairman, in a Wall Street Journal interview, you actually said that, that the Republican plan to trim Medicaid spending, you were commenting on the Republican plan to trim Medicaid spending, and you said, and I quote, we're going to go as far as we can go to get 218 votes. Well, I think the bottom line is you're going pretty far here in either trimming or cutting, however you want to call it. You refer to it as trimming Medicaid. You don't have to take my word for it. The Nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office own analysis shows that at least 13.7 million Americans will lose their health care coverage as a result of Trump and congressional Republicans' action. The Medicaid and Affordable Care Act cuts included in the Energy and Commerce bill will make up at least 8.6 million of that total number. So 8.6 from this bill alone will lose their Medicaid coverage, and another 5 because it's obvious from the reconciliation bill that you're not going to reauthorize the assistance, if you will, for those who are on the Affordable Care Act and the marketplace. And so you add another 5 million, and you, by the end of the year, will have over 15 million Americans who lose their Medicaid. So you can call it a trim, you can call it a cut, call it whatever you want. The bottom line is these people are going to lose their Medicaid. That's why we have so many people. That's why there's so many people here today demonstrating. Now, let me be clear. This is not a moderate bill. I've heard you and others say this is a moderate bill. It is not focused on cutting waste, fraud, and abuse. Instead, Republicans are intentionally taking health care away from millions of Americans so they can give giant tax breaks to the ultra-rich who, frankly, don't need them. Medicaid is a life-saving program that 80 million Americans count on every day. It provides health care to 1 in 3 Americans and nearly half of all children in the United States. It covers close to half of all births, and it's the largest source of funding for long-term care for seniors and people living with disabilities. With this bill, Republicans are essentially telling millions of Americans, gotcha, no more health care for you. I looked at this, and it's like as if someone who was disabled walked in the room, and I said, gee, rather can I help you, it's like, how can I make sure that you don't access Medicaid, you don't access health care? Well, I'll say that maybe you can't fill out the red tape and the paperwork, but I'll make you do it once a month, and if you miss that, you're not going to get your health insurance. Well, if you want to sign up for the Affordable Care Act because you didn't fill out the paperwork for Medicaid, then you're not going to be eligible for the Affordable Care Act because we won't let you do that. So everything is being done to make it possible that people get kicked off so you can save money by not financing the health care. Now, a lot of us are going to talk about individuals today, and I would like to talk about my individual from my district. Her name is Lauren, and she has a daughter named Donnie, who is disabled. And Lauren is concerned about how devastating Medicaid cuts would be for people with disabilities. She has said, and I'm quoting, without programs like Medicaid that help them get out of bed in the morning, they will literally be stuck or worse out in the community, unsafe and victimized. Lauren worries that cuts to Medicaid will take away her daughter's life, and she says that Danny doesn't deserve that. That's Lauren on the left, and this is Danny, her daughter, on the right. And Lauren is right. Danny doesn't deserve this. And that's why Democrats will fight this cruel bill, cruelty is the point, that will strip health care away from millions of Americans just so that Republicans can give their very wealthy friends and large corporations a tax break. It isn't right, it's cruel, We shouldn't be taking away health care from all these Americans. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back, and the chair reminds members that pursuant to the committee rules, all members' opening statements will be made part of the record. Are there further opening statements? Seeing none on the Republican, gentlelady from Colorado, for what purpose you seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I seek recognition to make an opening statement.
I now recognize the gentlelady from Colorado for 3 minutes for an opening statement.
For months, Republicans have insisted that they would not cut Medicaid in order to give tax cuts to billionaires. But here they are today with a bill that would do irreparable damage to Medicaid and the millions of Americans it supports. This agenda will kick at least 13.7 million people off of health care coverage, according to the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office. Medicaid helps our friends and neighbors live healthy, productive lives. It's for new moms and kids who need extra attention to their health. It's for working families and people just trying to make it. And it is for people who are here, like my constituent and Denver City Councilman, Chris Hines, who's here today. Chris, raise your hand up. Chris relies on Medicaid. Chris was in a crash in 2008, which left him paralyzed from the chest down, and in the nomenclature of the federal government, totally and permanently disabled. But Chris is wired to be a doer. He got coverage through Medicaid, and because of the care and security it provided him, he had the freedom to go out and get work. Chris was elected to the Denver City Council in 2019 and re-elected in 2023, and he serves many of my same constituents with distinction. He said to me, without Medicaid, he simply would not be able to work, let alone serve his city and country in the way he does. It gives him the medical, professional, and financial freedom to take a risk and make the choices that are best for him. Chris was never looking for a handout, and Medicaid isn't a handout. It's not a giveaway. Medicaid is the health care coverage that lets millions of people live their lives. And here's the thing, eligibility for Chris is optional for states. So that's what's threatened as states tighten their belts in response to the Republicans' misguided legislation. If you vote to put this legislation forward today, you're voting to take freedom and security away from people like Chris. You're going to get more people dependent on the state, not less. You're going to get more people sick, not healthier. And you're going to kill jobs and investment in every single one of our communities at a time when we're already staring down a recession thanks to Donald Trump. And you will do it to give a tax cut to rich people who just want to be richer. Now, you're going to hear a lot of misinformation from the other side of the aisle. For example, that people who are undocumented are on Medicaid. That's false. Federal money does not go in Medicaid to people. You're going to hear that so many people are just sitting around and they need to work. The truth is, only 8% of Medicaid recipients are in that work requirement, and most of them, in that 8%, can't find work or are retired. So let's be real. This is disgraceful. Americans aren't going to go with it, and if you pass this, over 13 million people are going to lose their health care. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back in opening statement. The gentleman from North Carolina, you're recognized for 3 minutes for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to thank all the folks who've joined us here today in the public. And I want to send one very clear message. You are being lied to. The other side is telling you that a lot of things about this legislation, I'm not sure they've read this legislation. Let me tell you what Republicans are concerned about. Let me tell you what I am concerned about. I got a letter from Melissa from Burlington, North Carolina. She said, I depend on Medicaid because I need medication for, and I won't list her specific disease. I cannot work as a substitute teacher due to osteoarthritis in both feet, making standing and frequent walking very painful. Having Medicaid is a blessing. I'm here today to fight for Melissa from Burlington. Christine from Robbins, North Carolina, wrote me and said, the only person on Medicaid in my house is my special needs son. Without the Medicaid waiver, Cap C, we would be homeless. I'm fighting for Christine from Robbins. Jennifer from Greensboro, North Carolina, wrote me and said, we have a disabled daughter. Again, I'll leave out her condition. But Medicaid has helped our family tremendously by giving us the opportunity to give her the care she deserves. We were fighting for that child. Kara from Moore County, North Carolina, wrote me and said, I know a lot of families that have children with rare diseases and conditions who rely on Medicaid. My family's just one of many. My son, who's now 6 years old, has a rare disease. Medicaid has changed my son's life and the life of my family. He has been able to receive crucial therapies, which will keep him mobile and provide him with independence. I am fighting for that little 6-year-old boy who lives in Moore County, North Carolina, in my district. That is what this is all about. We just heard the other side say there are no illegals receiving Medicaid benefits. Well, according to the Congressional Budget Office, 1.4 million illegals are getting in line ahead of the 6-year-old little boy in my district who deserves Medicaid. And the system is going broke. And that means that the vulnerable among us are going to lose their coverage if we listen to the other side. We're here to fight for the vulnerable. We're here to make sure that Medicaid is strong and secure now and in the future so that Melissa from Burlington and her family can get what they deserve. That's what this is about, folks. This is not about one side doesn't want people to get care. One side wants illegal immigrants, 1.4 million according to the Congressional Budget Office. They want them to get care
Will the
before the
gentleman
6-year-old boy in my district. And that's why we're here. And I'm tired of being lectured to. It's probably going to be a long hearing where we're going to be lectured to. But don't believe the lies. Look at the facts. Read the bill. We're standing up and fighting for people. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further opening statements? Gentlelady from Illinois is recognized for 3 minutes for an opening statement.
There we go. I want you to meet Santiago. He is a constituent of mine, and he relies on Social Security. I want to tell you, he is 11 years old, and without the Social Security that he needs, his life would not be worth living. And I say to my Republican colleagues, is that your intention? Do you want Santiago not to have the life that he needs? I don't understand you. Without that funding, Santiago would be not here anymore. Do you want him to die? I don't think so. And so I am asking you, please, that we have to make sure that his Medicaid is available to him. I want to just say that we are the richest country in the world, at the richest moment in history. Can't we afford to take care of our families that are living on the edge, whose parents would be without money if they did not have the Social Security that they need? I don't understand. I don't understand where you are coming from. This is life or death. Santiago's life and death are on your shoulder. And I just want to say that it is time now to understand, to make sure that the funding is available. We have to save Social Security. You can do that. You can make the decision now instead of giving more money to the wealthiest Americans. That's what will happen. Otherwise, we will be helping the rich get richer and the poor, their lives are at stake. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back, is seeking opening statement. Gentleman from Pennsylvania, Dr. Joyce, is recognized for 3 minutes for an opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman Guthrie, and thank you for holding this markup today. In November, the American people sent a clear-cut message that they were done with rampant waste, fraud, and abuse in our government programs that drain taxpayer dollars for wasteful programs. This legislation that we are marking up here today is the first step towards that agenda that we promised to deliver for the American people. This legislation that we are marking up today does not address any changes to Social Security. For far too long, illegal immigrants and able-bodied Americans who can return to the workforce have been draining funds from the low income who need that Medicaid, from pregnant women who rely on Medicaid, from children who rely on Medicaid, from the elderly who rely on Medicaid. What we are marking up today is the opportunity to secure Medicaid for those that Medicaid is intended. The abuse ends now. We are not addressing Social Security. We are addressing making sure that the Medicaid funds are able-bodied individuals are removed from those Medicaid sources. This bill includes critical legislation that will stabilize that. It's an important message that should not be lost on anyone. I support this, and Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Anyone seeking recognition? The gentlelady from California is recognized for 3 minutes for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This committee yields immense power when it comes to reconciliation, and in the past, we've used that power to deliver real results. We expanded health care through the Affordable Care Act. We rescued the economy during COVID. We lowered drug costs. We made bold investments in clean energy and climate action through the Inflation Reduction Act. Tangible, positive impact. But that's not what we're doing today. Today, my Republican colleagues are trying to ram through a bill that will slash hundreds of billions of dollars from Medicaid. Let's be honest about what's happening. No matter what Republicans say, there's no if about it. Benefits will be cut. And I've seen this playbook before. 15 years ago, in this room, we debated and passed the Affordable Care Act. I'll never forget the passionate advocates who filled this room then and how Republicans looked them in the eyes and voted against a bill that would provide them life-saving health care. Then I watched as Republicans tried again and again to repeal the Affordable Care Act, and I fought back every time. And I'll fight back just as hard today, because Republicans that choose to callously ignore the facts, but the impact in each of our communities are real and plain to see. Cuts to Medicaid mean denying care to the most vulnerable amongst us, seniors in nursing homes, cancer patients, people with disabilities, and kids. Kids here like Sam. Sam is 13 years old. He has Down syndrome, autism, and a severe speech disorder. And thanks to Medicaid, Sam is living a safe, supported, and dignified life. Medicaid covers his in-home supportive services, so Sam can live at home with his family and not in an institution. It provides Sam with services to help him build toward greater independence. Sam's mom said it best. Disability rights are human rights. Medicaid is what allows Sam to live a life of dignity with his rights intact. If this bill passes, those rights will be rolled back. The support that helps millions of families like Sam's will be ripped away. Today, we will hear Republicans try to defend their bill. They'll tell us their cruel policies exempt kids like Sam and pretend that they're reinvesting in services to support him. But that's simply not true. This bill cuts around $800 billion from a health care safety net. It rips massive holes in states' budgets that are near impossible to fill. It sets devious paperwork traps to force families like Sam's to jump through hoops to help to get coverage. The math is clear. $800 billion gouged out of our health care system means $800 billion less care to go around. With this bill, Republicans are choosing to rip away health care and abandon the American people, all to pay for temporary tax cuts for the wealthy and to keep fueling corporate greed that's making life harder for everyday Americans. I'm here to fight for these Americans, and I'll be here as long as it takes. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The chair recognizes anyone on the Republican side seeking recognition. Seeing none, the gentlelady from Florida. Gentlelady from Florida, you're recognized for 3 minutes for an opening statement.
Tony McLaurin is a spirited 7-year-old from Wesley Chapel, Florida, a part of the world that my colleagues Gus Bilirakis and Laurel Lee know very well, north of Tampa. He is an athletic kid. He loves to play and watch football with his father, Ronnie. He loves math and playing video games. He is sweet and respectful. But last December, his mother noticed that Tony didn't have the same energy, and on the morning of his football championship banquet, she took him to the emergency room, where after a number of blood tests, he was diagnosed with leukemia. Since then, Tony has been in and out of St. Joseph's Children's Hospital for chemotherapy, where he will be undergoing treatment for the next 2 years. Pauline, his mom, is a 5th grade teacher, and she had to quit her job when Tony was diagnosed. Now it is a real struggle for them to pay their bills on Dad Ronnie's electrician's salary. When Pauline was forced to quit her job, and to take care of Tony, the family lost their health insurance that was tied to her mother's teaching employer. But thankfully, St. Joseph's helped them enroll in Medicaid, which covers the whole family and helps provide all of the chemotherapy that they need. Pauline feels hopeless, scared and uneasy about the prospect of losing Medicaid. She said, "It's not like I have a second option. Medicaid is the second option." Medicaid insures 1 out of every 3 children diagnosed with cancer in the United States, and without consistent Medicaid coverage, some children with cancer likely will die. Even a gap in coverage or costly red tape requirements will cost lives. Studies have shown that children who experience interruptions in health coverage before or during their cancer diagnosis are less likely to survive. There is a new worry, though, for Pauline and Tony and the family. See, the priority of the president and Republicans in Congress is to give a massive tax giveaway to Elon Musk and billionaires that's going to be paid for by Medicaid cuts. It's outrageous. And at a time of so uncertainty, driven by what the president has done and Elon Musk's heartless actions, when the cost of living is so high, when cancer research is under attack, the last thing a parent with a child diagnosed with cancer needs is to worry about affordable health care. Musk already torpedoed a bipartisan piece of legislation at the end of the year that would have helped children diagnosed with cancer by speeding development of new drugs and treatments. Does he and all of his billionaire buddies really need more in their bank accounts while kids and the vulnerable and families across this country have to deal with them ripping coverage away? Don't be the committee that makes it more difficult for our neighbors to get medical care for children with cancer. Be the committee that supports children like Tony. Affordable, consistent coverage,
time's expired.
so Tony can return to the sports he loves and live a fulfilled life.
And I want to remind my colleagues on the committee that House Rules, Committee Rules, to refer to people by name. So my friend from Florida, my colleague from Florida, congressperson friend from Florida, but calling each other by individual names is not in accordance with House Rules, so I appreciate that. And the gentleman from New Jersey wants a couple of seconds to introduce a friend.
Well, I'll say my friend from New Jersey, or colleague from New Jersey, Senator Booker's here. Thank you for being here, and I know how sincerely you are concerned about what's happening to Medicaid. Thank you.
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady will state her parliamentary.
I believe under the rules, you can mention someone's name, you just can't address them personally. So you could say, for example, so-and-so, Mr. Bilirakis of Florida, this person's in his district, but you can't address him individually. There's nothing in the rules that says you can't address people by name, that you can't say their names.
Gentleman from our rules person.
Yeah, we had this discussion on the floor just a few weeks ago, and if you're in the middle of a debate, you cannot address the individual by name.
That's correct. You cannot address your remarks to them by name, but you can say someone's name, which is all that Mr.
In that
Kessler
case,
did.
in that case, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, was being mentioned by name based on policies that he advocated.
I was not there, so I can't
I understand. I was, and it was. I objected, and
We'll get a ruling from
it
the
was withdrawn.
parliamentarian, but you can't, the gentleman's correct. You cannot address somebody by name. You have to address your remarks to the chair, but you can mention another member of Congress's name. There's nothing in the rules to say you have to say, my friend from Florida or my friend from Colorado. There's nothing in the rules to say.
We'll take that advice into the parliamentarian, and we'll give you a ruling when we get that from the parliamentarian. Are there any Republican members seeking recognition? I guess as we'll have another Hawaiian member, we recognize Mr. Schatz here, Senator Schatz is here as well, so thank you. So okay, and Senator Smith is here as well, thank you. So is in the Senator excuse me, take out, the senator's in the room. My friend from New York, are you seek recognition?
Yes, sir.
You're recognized for 3 minutes for
Thank you.
Opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm here today fighting for people like Noel and Nathan, proudly fighting for them. They're constituents of mine who are raising their family in Albany, New York. Their 12-year-old daughter, Isla, has a rare genetic disorder and has received health care through Medicaid for almost 8 years because of her disabilities. Through Medicaid, Isla is in a program where she has self-directed care, which means she has a budget for a caregiver, classes, respite care, and more to best support Isla and her family. Noel and Nathan shared with me that one of their first reactions when they heard about Republicans' plans was fear of how it could impact Isla's care. In Noel's words, Medicaid changed our life. I can't imagine what our life would be like without Medicaid. It is not only the direct impact it has on Isla's quality of life, but our entire family's quality of life. I know our story is just one of millions of families who would be devastated by the loss of Medicaid. Nathan added, on the human level, it has been life-changing for us. On an economic level, it allows us to work. To lose it would be awful, not only for our family, but also for the people we serve through our work. They explained to me that when you have a child with complex medical needs and disabilities, you are constantly navigating systems to advocate for your child in education settings, in healthcare settings, and in dealing with insurance. Noel described how, as a parent of a child with disabilities, you're often pushing through all the red tape for your child's need to be respected. Let's not add more red tape for this family. Noel has described how Medicaid provides Nathan and her with a breath of relief of thinking about these supports for Isla as she gets older and enters adulthood. Noel shared a friend's sentiment that Isla doesn't need to change for the world needs to change for Isla. I could not agree more. Noel asked members of this committee to rethink these devastating cuts and instead provide respect and provide dignity for families and individuals living with disabilities. On behalf of Isla and her family and families like hers across my district, across New York State, and across our great nation, I demand that we reverse course on all cuts to Medicaid and additional red tape that would hurt so many people. With that, let's say no to lining the pockets of billionaires and yes to providing access, affordable health care via Medicaid for so many. With that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back, and I want to say I appreciate my colleagues' concerns, and we share them. Every example that has been mentioned or the people we're trying to strengthen Medicaid for, not one of them will lose coverage under our bill unless they are able-bodied workers or they're in the country without a legal presence. So there's no one on the Republican side. Gentlelady from New York, my colleague from New York is recognized for 3 minutes for an opening statement.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to begin by sharing my story of my constituent, David. This is David, one of the many faces of Medicaid. David is a 55-year-old Brooklyn resident who's been living with congestive heart failure since 2016. Once a full-time worker, his diagnosis sadly forced him to stop working and rely solely on Medicaid for his health care. His condition was so severe that during his first visit to the hospital, he remained admitted for nearly a full year. Medicaid covers all aspects of his medical needs, including the daily medications he has to take, regular cardiac monitoring, and hospital-based care. That extended hospitalization was entirely covered by Medicaid, and it saved his life. He was able to receive this life-saving cure at SUNY Downstate, and some of our constituents are here from SUNY Downstate in our audience today. A vital hospital in my district that also heavily relies on Medicaid dollars to provide high-quality care to their patients, just like most healthcare institutions across this nation, from rural to urban areas. The medical team there provided him with consistent and high-quality care in a community-based setting. Without Medicaid, David would lose access to his medications, to his physicians, who have managed his condition for nearly a year. David clearly said, if Medicaid is cut, I will have no way to afford my care. No medication, no follow-up, no hospital. Without Medicaid, I die prematurely. David's story is a powerful example of how essential Medicaid is. It's not just policy, but it's a lifeline for Americans in my district and across the nation. So let's be crystal clear about what's happening here. We're being asked to sit in this room today and pretend that gutting Medicaid is somehow a necessary evil and a tough decision made in the name of fiscal responsibility, but it's not. It's a political choice that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are choosing to make. It's a choice that disproportionately targets low-income communities, communities of colors, immigrants, and working-class families. It's a choice that will impact hospital systems, especially in New York, that are still trying to recover from the devastating impacts of COVID-19. It's a choice that will strip away life-saving health care for 17.3 million Americans, nearly 7 million, or 1 in 3 New Yorkers who rely on this program. Make no mistake, this Medicaid cut would hit Republicans and Republican red states the hardest. For months, House Republicans have lied about their plans to cut nearly $1 trillion from Medicaid, and now the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office has confirmed that their plan will kick millions of people off their health care. The only winner in the Republican budget scheme are billionaire donors, and once again, cruelty is the point. With that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Is anyone seeking recognition for an opening statement of the Republicans? I'm seeing none. The gentleman from California is recognized for 3 minutes for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank all the people in the audience here today as well. As we move through this markup today, I implore my colleagues to not lose sight of why we are all here: to represent our districts, to pass legislation to better our nation, to protect and improve the lives of our constituents. And make no mistake, the policies in this big, ugly bill do the exact opposite. If this bill became law, it would devastate the healthcare infrastructure my and all of your constituents rely on. It would strip healthcare coverage from millions of our most vulnerable citizens. And over 42% of my constituents rely on Medicaid or Medi-Cal in California for their health insurance, including over 60% of children. According to the Congressional Budget Office, the policies in this bill would lead to at least 13.7 million people losing their coverage. But this fight isn't about numbers. This is about real people. So let's hear from one of those whose lives are on the line. I would like to share the story of a young constituent of mine, Victoria. Here is Victoria's story in her own words. Quote, as a resident of the Imperial Valley, a low-income, rural, and underserved region, Medi-Cal or Medicaid is one of the only ways I've been able to access medical services. Medi-Cal is the only thing protecting me from the challenges and consequences that come from needing crucial medical services. As a graduate student, I cannot afford to leave the country or incur a financial burden just to take care of my health. Sadly, I feel lucky to be a young woman because I cannot imagine how much worse potential cuts to healthcare funding could adversely impact our most vulnerable. Healthcare is non-negotiable, and I refuse to risk my or my loved ones' lives over budget savings. I am also not alone in this, as my friends and family and about 90% of Planned Parenthood's patients in California rely on Medi-Cal, our state's version of Medicaid, to afford reproductive health care. I, along with more than 72 million Americans, rely on Medicaid for health care, including essential reproductive health services like birth control, wellness exams, STI tests and treatment, breast and cervical cancer screenings, and more. These services and our health deserve to be a financial priority, so I urge you to defend Medicaid and our well-being. Victoria is not alone, and I urge my colleagues to keep her story and the stories of so many other Americans, including your own constituents, in mind as you consider the legislation before you today. It's simple choice. Strip healthcare coverage from our nation's vulnerable in order to give tax cuts to the wealthy, billionaires like Elon Musk, or protect the constituents you swore an oath to represent, and do not cut Medicaid and take healthcare away. Thank you, and I yield back the remainder of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The other gentleman from California is recognized for 3 minutes for an opening statement.
Thanks. Thank you. Jesus is one of my constituents from San Diego. His mother was tragically hit by a car, leaving her disabled. He manages her medications, he feeds her, he bathes her, he takes her to doctor's appointments, and he helps her with physical therapy. But if these Medicaid effects take cut, this work, this very hard work, will not meet the so-called work requirements Republicans want to impose. Jesus and his family would likely have to move out of their home, live separated, and they will likely lose their health care. Mr. Chairman, this committee has no jurisdiction over taxes, but let's be honest with the American people. Taxes are the real reason we're here. Over in the Ways and Means Committee, they are marking up what will be one of the most expensive tax bills in American history. When Republicans originally passed the 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, they designed many of the individual and some business tax provisions to expire this year, because back then, Republicans knew making the tax cuts permanent would cost the United States trillions of dollars in revenue we desperately need to pay our expenses. Making those tax cuts permanent now is no less costly. Yes, that's what we're asked to do today. The Budget Committee instructed the Ways and Means Committee to cut taxes by $4.5 trillion, and it has asked our committee to come up with $880 billion in cuts to make up the shortfall. That's it. That's what this is about. Now, to do that, the bill before us will decimate Medicaid, which provides health insurance annually to nearly 72 million people nationwide in every congressional district across the country. Cutting health coverage for our most vulnerable neighbors will not make America healthier. It will make us sicker. You know, at home, I hear from people concerned about the national debt and deficits, and they say to me, hey, Scott, we have to make cuts to address the deficit. But that is not what's happening here. Because Republicans will continue to run $2 trillion annual deficits, and we will see the national debt grow from 36 to 38 to 40 to $42 trillion, and they will vote for a $5 trillion increase in the debt limit to make this borrowing possible, even though many of them swore a blood oath that they'd never vote to increase the debt. They will enact a budget that will increase according to the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget, will increase the federal debt by $37 trillion over the next 30 years. So don't buy the Fiscal Responsibility Act. Republicans are proposing these painful cuts to programs that help everyday Americans not to lower our debt, but just so President Trump can follow through on his campaign promise to donors. Remember what he said to his donors? He, quote, I said, you're rich as hell, and I'm going to cut your taxes. When the government borrows more, inflation goes up, working people suffer at the grocery store, they pay more for utilities. Now we're adding, taking away their health care. This is the wrong thing to do, and I urge my colleagues, vote no. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman yields back, and the chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Michigan for 3 minutes for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I actually have to say that my young man from Michigan and his parents decided that they want to drive in today because they cared so much. So please meet George, who I met this morning, who was full of energy, and my office somehow survived. But
Welcome, George.
welcome, George. Here's a letter I got from his mom. Our son George is 6 and has Down syndrome. We adopted him at 3 weeks old. Losing Medicaid would cripple our family, absolutely destroy us. We've been very lucky until now because of Medicaid. It's been very instrumental for our family's ability to survive. My husband and I both primarily do gig work, both employed full-time, but we don't have workplace insurance. It's not super reliable for the kinds of jobs we do, So we have marketplace insurance. It's a huge fear that we'd lose Medicaid because it's necessary for our families' lives. The disability world, our community, is really worried about cuts to Medicaid. The general narrative right now is one of terror. It's a death sentence to cut Medicaid. It's intrinsically and undeniably tied to disability rights and justice in our country. If we're not serving our most vulnerable children, what are we even doing as a country? You're leaving families with no options and putting us in an impossible position. It's so obvious that they don't care about disabled people or poor people. So they cared strongly enough to come. I met them as the governor and I traveled Michigan talking to people. There was a poll this week that shows 83% of the people in Michigan support Medicaid. 2.6 million people get their health insurance through Medicaid in Michigan, representing approximately 1 in 4 Michiganders. Medicaid provides coverage for 38% of births in Michigan, 2 in 5 children, 3 in 5 nursing home residents, and 3 in 8 working age adults with disabilities. And I want to say to my colleagues, Michigan's Medicaid program is efficient, with per enrollee costs among the 10 lowest in the country. And to all my colleagues who say you're cutting waste and fraud, Medicaid is 22% more cost effective than any private insurance plan. We have to protect George and other children and seniors in nursing homes and people with disabilities. And please don't say you're not going to hurt them, because many things in this bill are a backdoor way of doing so. I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Texas is recognized 3 minutes for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For months, literally months.
Point of order.
I'm sorry,
Different
it's
Texas.
the gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Look, I just want to respond. Look, I have a young daughter, and I would be fearful.
Gentlemen, would you start on? I'm sorry, Mr. Vesey was from Texas too, so I just want to clarify. I was recognizing Mr. Crenshaw. So I have to say his name. It's all right. Mr. Crenshaw is recognized for 5 minutes. Sorry.
Some might say there's too many Texans, but I don't think there's enough. I mean, at least we could agree on that, Mr. Vesey. Look, just to respond here. I mean, look, I have a young daughter, and if she was on Medicaid and we were at risk of taking that away from her, I would share that fear. The problem with this narrative is that there's no reason to have that fear. I think the crime here is scaring someone like George. No, you don't, because I'm sorry. I am sorry that. Here's my apology to you. I am sorry that people lied to you. I am sorry that so many people in the media and on the left have lied to you about what's in this bill. George, I want to tell you, you have nothing to worry about. Your Medicaid is not going anywhere. I'm sorry if they flew all the way here from Michigan. I'm sorry for that. That's not fair for people to be lied to and to be scared on purpose for political reasons. Read the bill. I know it hasn't been out that long, and I know it's complicated stuff. But over the next 24 to 28 hours, we're going to go through it all. And I just want to say to George and his family, you're going to go home feeling a lot better. Thank you. Yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the other gentleman from Texas, Mr. Vesey.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. You are going to hear a lot about lies. Let me tell you who the biggest liar of them all is. That is Donald Trump. Yes. Donald Trump promised he wouldn't touch Medicaid. That was a lie. My Republican colleagues, my MAGA colleagues, swore up and down that they wouldn't touch Medicaid. It was a lie.
Objection.
Now, hold on a second, Mr. Chairman. Everybody over here has been hollering about lying, and now all of a sudden they're objecting.
All right, gentlemen.
Come on now.
And what?
Come on now.
The objection is a reference to the President of the United States in relationship to lying, which is in violation of the rules.
They've been hollering about lying the whole time, and now I get into my spiel. and then they want to make an objection about it? Come on.
Chairman, lying
Right.
generally
Come on
is
now.
acceptable,
Come
lying
on now.
specifically is not.
Come on now. Come on now.
All right, the gentleman will suspend. So the,
And they've been calling us liars this whole time.
Can I resume, Mr. Chairman?
all we're saying is members of Congress, members of the Senate, and the president are, in our speech, in our debate, is protected from insult. So we should not use the word lying and so forth moving forward. I get it. I've heard it said before.
You guys have been
So
saying
we'll-
it the
we'll
whole hearing.
proceed.
You guys have been saying the word lying the whole hearing. Excuse me,
It's not
this is
generally-
ridiculous,
Your
Mr.
point's
Chairman.
Point of
fair.
clarification,
Let's
Mr.
just
Chairman.
not use the word lying as we talk
Mr.
to
Chairman.
each other. I'm just saying in general. I'm my friend from
Chairman.
California.
Point of order.
Just
Point of order.
gentleman's recognized for a point of order.
I have a question for you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
In your opening remarks, you talked about Joe Biden.
That's right.
So can you explain to me the difference there?
Okay. I talked about the Biden-Harris policies. I didn't say Biden-Harris lied to the American people. I didn't say that. I didn't say anything like that. So
Your members have called us liars in the last 15 minutes.
I've asked everybody to suspend on the word line. We will go forward, and so Mr. Vesey, you're recognized to continue, unless my friend from there, you're recognized to continue. But let's try not to use the. You're right. I admit the word line has been used. It's been brought now as a point of order has been made on that. So let's all suspend using the word line for each other. So Mr. Vesey, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So Donald Trump, my Republican MAGA colleague, stop capping. Stop capping to the American public. This is a betrayal. Republicans are butchering Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act, and they're carving it up so billionaires, so literally billionaires like Musk and Bezos and the others can have a tax break. So the good old boys can have a tax break, and the people that are out there struggling cannot have Medicaid. It's terrible. It's arson, and Republicans are the arsonists. And who are the targets? The targets are children. The targets are mothers. The targets are seniors. The targets are people with disabilities. The targets are hard-working Americans. And again, $884 billion. Think about that. Those are the three people that I just talked about, those billionaires. It's so they can have a tax cut, and it's so people like Carla, who is a cancer survivor that lives in near the district that I represent, and Carla wants to tell you her story. She's someone whose life was saved by Medicaid, but I'd rather have Carla share her story. Carla, can you share your story?
Yes, thank you, Congressman. My name is Carla Prothrow, and I am a 7-year lung cancer survivor and the daughter of a World War II veteran who I know would be
Can't play a recording on a.
It's not a recording. It's a live call, Mr. Chairman.
today and
We
sharing.
don't allow other people to testify in your
I
opening
was
statement.
diagnosed with stage
So gentlemen, well,
2 weeks after I lost weight.
Hold on, Carla.
that's not.
Mr. Chairman,
Gentlemen, will suspend.
Mr.
All
Chairman,
right, gentlemen can proceed.
Mr. Chairman, these are, can Carla be heard or not?
The rules do not allow someone to speak in your opening time. I'm sorry. She cannot be. She's not, that's not in with the rules.
Well, Carla, I apologize that they won't hear from you. I don't know why they don't want to hear from you because
It's the rules.
you're their people. You're the people that helped them get elected, and they want to cut you off. And I don't understand why they want to cut you off. I don't understand why they're afraid to hear from you. And I'm not sure why now all of a sudden they want to ignore voices like Carla. They also probably want to ignore voices like Virginia, who lives in Miss Kamek's district. She has multiple dystrophy. She relies on Medicaid for her home health care. She told us that during a lapse in her coverage, she considered calling 911 just so she could get in and out of bed. These are the type of people that they're portraying, Mr. Chairman. I have a lot more stories to tell. There's a lot more where that came from, but I'm out of time. This is sad that we are doing this to the most vulnerable people in our country. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there anyone on the Republican side seeking recognition? Seeing none, the gentlelady from Illinois is recognized for 3 minutes for opening statement.
It's a shame that the conversation about threats to Medicaid continues.
These are dark times in our country. So let's be clear about what today's markup is and isn't about. This isn't about reducing fraud, waste, or abuse. None of us want fraud, waste, or abuse. Yet this is about ripping health care away from working families, children, seniors, people with disabilities, veterans, and pregnant women. Yet my Republican colleagues dismiss, and I would say even laugh, because I've seen it today, over our concerns over $800 billion in Medicaid cuts as a misunderstanding. Just targeting waste, fraud, and abuse. But you don't just gut the largest insurer of low-income Americans without real harm. Call it what it is: abandonment, disinvestment, and pure disregard for human life. Let me share with you one of my faces of Medicaid. La Rabida, a hospital in my district, takes care of kids with complex chronic medical conditions. 90% of their patients are covered by Medicaid. One of those kids is Cairo. When Cairo was 2 years old, his mother found him nearly unresponsive at daycare. After rushing him to the hospital, they found bleeding in his brain. He needed a breathing tube, a tube for feeding, and a shunt to drain fluid from his brain. He was extremely sick. They discovered he had a genetic condition that leads to abnormal blood vessel connections. After spending a month and a half in the pediatric intensive care unit, his medical expenses reached $2.5 million. As a mother and grandmother myself, let me tell you, a parent will pay any cost to save their child. But as the richest country in the world, no loving parent should experience crippling medical debt to treat their child. Both of his parents worked full-time to support their family of 5, but because Cairo was under 6 years old when his genetic condition was discovered, he and his siblings could stay on Medicaid. With Medicaid, he receives 24-hour care, including in-home nursing, which allows his parents to continue working full-time. His mom said that if it were not for Medicaid, he would not be here today. When he arrived at La Rabida, he was on a ventilator support, had little mobility, and could not speak. Now he is completely off the ventilator and can walk. Medicaid is a lifeline for him, for his families, and for millions of Americans across this country. In my district alone, over 300,000 of my constituents would be at risk of losing their health care, more than any other district in Illinois. In Illinois, 3.4 million people are covered by Medicaid. When Illinois implemented Medicaid expansion, the uninsured rate dropped by 44% between 2013 and 2015. These demonstrate the significance of Medicaid for Illinoisans. These are not just numbers. These are real people that will suffer. Thank you.
The gentlelady yields back, and is there any Republican side? Seeing none, the gentlelady from California is recognized for 3 minutes for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Under the cover of night, House Republicans proposed the largest Medicaid cuts in history, all to pay for tax breaks for billionaires. They hope the American people won't notice until it's too late. And today in this hearing, we should be starting with talking about Medicaid and the health care. For months, Republicans told the American people that their budget would not cut Medicaid. That is not true. And today they continue to say it. Don't believe it. For months, Republicans hid the truth from their constituents and refused to do town halls. If you will not stand up, if Republicans will not stand up, Democrats will. Today we are joined by Sasha. Sasha, please stand. Sasha is a constituent who came from New Jersey's 7th District, represented by Congressman Tom Kean. She was born with cerebral palsy, and the right side of her body doesn't function due to a stroke she had in her mother's womb. Since she was 7 years old, Sasha has suffered from seizures. Her mother, Lana, who is also here, quit her job to care for Sasha. Without Medicaid, Sasha would not have the resources to access treatment, medications, or doctor visits to help her be healthy and independent. Thanks to Medicaid, Sasha has thrived as a college student and a Special Olympics athlete. Sasha shares, and I quote, "Medicaid is not just a health care program, it's a foundation that allows me to be an active member of society. It helps me develop independence, and one day I hope to contribute back to my community and support my mother. Without Medicaid, I fear that people like me, people who rely on these services for their health, independence, and dignity, will be left behind, end quote. Yet this monstrous Republican budget leaves millions of people behind. This bill cuts Medicaid, plain and simple, and it also attacks Medicare, the Children's Health Insurance Program, and the health insurance marketplace. It kicks at least 13.7 million Americans off of Medicaid and the health insurance marketplace. Under this bill, Sasha could lose everything. Sasha and Lana could be buried in red tape, forced to navigate burdensome paperwork and eligibility checks. The services Sasha relies on, transportational, personal care, community-based support, could be first on the chopping block when states are forced to absorb Medicaid cuts. Who here is standing up for Sasha and millions of people like her? Sasha has asked Congress, please think about individuals like me when making decisions about the future of Medicaid. We cannot afford to lose the essential support that Medicaid provides. I respectfully ask you to stand against any cuts to this program and instead protect it so that people like me can continue to live and thrive in our community, end quote. Democrats stand with you, Sasha, in opposing any Medicaid cuts. We need just 4 Republicans to join us. I hope we can find them, and I hope one is your Congress member. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Welcome, Sasha. Any Republicans seeking recognition? Seeing none. Oh, gentlelady from, you're on, I was looking to my right. Gentlelady from North Dakota is recognized for 3 minutes for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm one of the newest members on this committee, and I came here to Washington to help solve problems and try to make government work for the people of our country, especially citizens who need it the most. People like the disabled, elderly, pregnant moms. I've been shocked to learn some very disappointing things about Medicaid since I came here. These are the dirty little secrets that many won't talk about, but I want to share some of those. Did you know that able-bodied participants in Medicaid expansion receive 9 times as much federal money as disabled participants in the traditional population? 9 times. The CBO estimates that 4.8 million able-bodied Americans will lose their Medicaid coverage simply because they don't want to volunteer, work, or go to school for 20 hours a week. 4.8 million. Federal Medicaid spending will grow 25% under this program over the course of the next 10 years. 25% it will grow.
I just want to say to the audience, it's important that you're all here and participate. We want you here. You're part of the process. We want you to be here. But we have to proceed, and the rules of the House and the law, that if you're disruptive, you'll be removed and you're subject to arrest. I don't make that decision. The Capitol Police does. But so let's all participate and work together. And the gentlelady from North Dakota is recognized. Will continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Federal Medicaid spending will grow 25% over the next 10 years under the program we're considering today. It will grow 25%. 1.4 million illegal immigrants are receiving Medicaid coverage today, which takes away funding from the disabled, senior citizens, and pregnant women. The federal government pays for 1.6 million people on Medicaid rolls in 2 different states. That's fraud. Precious dollars in Medicaid are being pocketed by pharmacy benefit managers who keep a portion of the amount they're being paid for prescription drugs. That's not fair. Valuable dollars are being diverted to pay for gender transition surgeries for minors. Valuable dollars from Medicaid are being spent on people who are deceased. Valuable dollars from Medicaid are being stolen by cyber criminals who steal Medicaid numbers for deceased doctors and continue to claim payments on their behalf. Valuable dollars for Medicaid are being spent on people who do not meet the very eligibility requirements established by the Democrats in this room. You know what I think is cruel? I think it's cruel to continue defending a program that is not sustainable. I think it's cruel to not accept some very reasonable reforms that are intended to make this program stronger, for the very people it was designed to help. Those are the things we're considering here. We want to make this program better, stronger, more sustainable, and more targeted to the folks who it's intended to help, many of the people in this room and those lining the halls. That's the truth of what we're doing here today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I lead back.
Mr. Chairman,
Lady
point of
yields back,
inquiry.
and the gentleman from
Point of inquiry?
parliamentary,
Yes.
state your parliamentary inquiry.
Well, it's not parliamentary, but their members are leaving for whatever reason, asked to be removed because they were speaking, but they're empty chairs. As those that are leaving are made to leave, can we allow other people who are in the audience to come in and fill these empty chairs who came from very far places to participate? As they leave, can we invite others to come in?
I believe they're allowing people in as they leave.
I haven't
let
seen
me
anyone
inquire
replace
just
the
a
empty
second. I'll
chair
get-
as one of the individuals that came to
I
testify.
believe they're trying to, I will find out, and we will address
you.
that.
Thank
So
you,
let
Mr.
me find out. I don't know from here. I'll have somebody look into that and get an answer back to you. Thank you. So the gentleman from Florida, my good friend from Florida is recognized for 3 minutes for an opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman. It's Ebenezer Scrooge Day at the Capitol today, taking health care from the poor to fund tax cuts for the rich. I'm sure Scrooge would think this is a very fine plan indeed. Of course, he's a billionaire hedge fund manager, and he's thrilled about paying even less in taxes. We have a few perspectives that guide us. First, it's my favorite, the ghost of Congress past, the 115th Congress. You all may remember that, where former GOP Congressman Jacob Marley, a frontliner, reminds you how he lost his seat, as well as 20 other Republicans, because you went after Obamacare, kid care, and Medicaid. 20 seats lost and the majority. Then, of course, there's the ghost of Congress President. The Cratchit family, of course, is on Medicaid. They have a disabled child, Tiny Tim. There's Ebenezer's beloved Fanny. She's on the ACA, 63 years old. And then Fred Scrooge. He thinks he's fine because he gets his health care through the employer. But we know what's going to happen in the future. You pass this terrible bill and you cut $715 billion from the program. You can't just cut that and not have people lose health insurance. We know for a fact 13.7 million Americans will lose health insurance, including the Cratchit family. Of course, Tiny Tim dies in this scenario. Fanny finds out her Obamacare increases by $10,000. And of course, Fred Scrooge is shocked that his employer-based health care went up by 25% because people are flooding the emergency room because they're sick and they're uninsured. Of course, this is not some fairy tale. In real life, back in my district, in Florida's 9th, these are the kids from McCoy Elementary. Half the kids in my district are on Medicaid. They're on kid care. It's a wildly popular program. You can't cut $715 billion from Medicaid and then not have this affect our kids. And then I got to go to Providence, assisted living, a nursing home in my district. I met George. He's a veteran. He's partially in a wheelchair. 25% of the seniors in this assisted living facility get their coverage through Medicaid. Don't be a Scrooge. Don't vote for this terrible bill that's going to cut Medicaid, cut kid care, cut nursing home care, all to fund tax cuts for the rich and powerful. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any gentleman from Alabama is recognized for 3 minutes for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's interesting, the tactics that are being used here, but all of us have stated for the record that the people who are legally eligible for Medicaid are not going to lose their Medicaid. We've all got family members, friends, we've got people in our districts, we all know these stories, people that are depending on Medicaid, and you will not lose your Medicaid. Many of the people who've spoken out here and had to be removed, they're not going to lose their Medicaid. The interesting thing is, you will not. Mr. Chairman.
Gentlemen will suspend. I want you to be heard, so let's wait to the. Gentleman is recognized.
It's unfortunate that people are so enraged by the misinformation that they've been given. It's a commentary on this this Congress and how we treat people. But one of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle pointed out that there was no waste or fraud. CMS reported that between 2015 and 2024, there was $543 billion in improper payments. I want the record to show that that's $543 billion that could have gone to people who need Medicaid coverage, Mr. Chairman, who need medicine, who need treatment. There's over 700,000 people in traditional Medicaid that are on waiting lists because, particularly in the expansion states, because they're being pushed aside because they don't get the high match that the able-bodied adults who choose not to work. And by the way, one of my colleagues said that only 8% of able-bodied adults are not working. Well, if 92% are working, what's your problem with work requirements? I mean, if they're already working, there's no problem there.
Well,
And I didn't refer to anybody by name, so you don't get a chance to interrupt.
Okay.
I didn't refer to anybody, didn't even refer to your state. So here's the issue. We're trying to save Medicaid. It's interesting people are holding up signs, save our Medicaid. That's exactly what we're trying to do. I said that the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services reported this between 2015 and 2024, $543 billion in improper payments. That's waste and fraud. That's abuse of the people who need Medicaid. And there are other reports out there that indicate it may be over $1 trillion. So what we're trying to do is make Medicaid work for the people who are supposed to get it. That's it. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from Washington. Gentlelady from Washington is recognized for 3 minutes for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you to the people here in the audience today. I'm here to tell the story of Isla, this 4-year-old that you see in this picture. Isla's the daughter of Jason and Vanessa. She was born at Kittitas Valley Healthcare, critical access rural hospital in Ellensburg, Washington, situated just east of the Cascade Mountains. She was born in March of 2021. Jason told me that he had the incredible honor of telling Vanessa, "It's a girl." But their joy was interrupted by silence. Isla wasn't crying. She wasn't moving. She was pale. The room became a flurry of urgent action. Nurses whisked her away. Alarms were triggered. Within minutes, labor and delivery room was full of people who were responding. Isla was breathing, but her oxygen levels were critically low. During delivery, she had transfused nearly 40% of her blood volume back to her mother, and she did not have enough blood to stay alive on her own. So KVH sprang into action. They coordinated a transfer for higher level care and reached out to Seattle Children's Hospital, which accepted her, of course, and dispatched a helicopter. But as is often the case in rural environments, nature had the final say. The helicopter was forced to turn back due to weather conditions over the mountain pass. And undeterred, KVH made different arrangements. A fixed-wing aircraft was dispatched from Spokane. Meanwhile, the hospital coordinated EMS transport to get the aircrew and their equipment from the plane to the hospital, and they all arrived with one mission: to save Isla. Today, she is 4 years old. She is happy and healthy, and this story is a testament to what rural healthcare can do when it is resourced, when it is staffed, and when it is supported. It is also a reminder of how close Jason and Vanessa came to a very different ending. Without this rural critical access hospital, Isla might not be here today. The same is true for countless other families in similar communities across America. There is no other hospital in the region that they could have made it to in time. It is not uncommon for people in our community to deliver a baby on the way to the hospital. And that is how far apart healthcare services are in my district and many of my Republican colleagues' district. Cutting Medicaid will close rural hospitals. Every child deserves the chance to live, and every family deserves access to that care. That is why we must preserve Medicaid, because without that support, rural hospitals will close and access will not be available to patients. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Does anyone else wish to be recognized for an opening statement?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It may be easy to sit here in Washington without having to face the people who will feel the impact of a bill that will strip millions of Americans of their health care coverage. Easy because you don't have to look at them in the eyes or hear their stories. Let's open the doors and allow the American people who have stood in line fill the open seats, first and foremost. In the meantime, let me share just one story from my district. This is a photo of Philip, a resident of Haverhill, Massachusetts. Philip has a disability, but that hasn't stopped him from giving back, whether volunteering with Meals on Wheels, training service dogs, or caring for animals at a sanctuary. He does all this because of Medicaid. Medicaid funds the programs that help Philip gain skills, stay engaged, and remain independent. Medicaid isn't just a healthcare program, it's a foundation for independence for people with disabilities like Philip who want to live their lives with dignity. In Philip's case, Medicaid funds Opportunity Works and Community Works, a program that helps folks build job skills, engage in volunteer work, and participate meaningfully in society. These initiatives don't just keep Philip busy, they give him purpose. They help him grow, contribute to, and connect with his community. But here's why I'm telling Philip's story. This bill, this quote-unquote big, beautiful bill, as Donald Trump has described it, will slash the federal Medicaid funding that Philip's program depends on. And I know my Republican colleagues will say that states should make up for it, but they know that's not possible. They know that when funds are cut, it's initiatives like these that are always first on the chopping block. So what then happens to Philip? He loses a lot more than a routine. He loses access to his community, his sense of contribution, and his independence. Mr. Chairman, Philip and millions of Americans across our country like him are not fat to be trimmed or waste to be rooted out by disingenuous politicians in Washington. They're hardworking Americans trying to live their lives with dignity and make their communities better. They're our constituents. They need you to vote no on this bill. They need you to protect Medicaid, protect the independence of Americans with disabilities. And if you can't do that, at least have the courage to look at the American people, people like Philip, in the eyes while you take it away. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields. Does anyone else wish to be recognized for an opening statement? The gentlelady from Texas is recognized for her 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Like my Democratic colleagues who've spoken before me, I am deeply concerned about the bill that we are considering today. A bill that's going to make life harder and not better, a bill that's going to make things more expensive, not less expensive for all Americans, especially their health care, if they can get it at all. And it's not just me, the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office has found that this bill will take away health care from nearly 14 million Americans. And those are people who rely on Medicaid. People like Ricky, who lives just down the road from me in Texas City, in the 14th Congressional District of Texas. Ricky is one of the 4.5 million or so Americans who rely on Medicaid to live life on his own. But the wait was years long, and this bill will make the wait longer for people like him if they can get that assistance at all. I want to share the life-changing impact that Medicaid home health care meant in his words. I was on the waiting list for home and community-based services for 5 years, and I used to live in several large facilities. Once my name came up on the waiting list, I called everybody to let them know that my name came up on the waiting list. That's when I got to move in on my own. So it was my very first time living on my own. When my staff came in that next morning, she asked me what I wanted to eat. So I scratched my head and said, "So you mean to tell me that I get to choose what I want to eat? And she said, yeah. And so I had 2 boiled eggs and 2 pieces of toast that I wanted. In all those other facilities, I couldn't choose. As Americans, we have chosen to invest in our country. We have chosen to create programs to help our neighbors and further progress and make practical improvements, from roads and bridges and infrastructure to education and healthcare and scientific research. These are our choices, and we do these things because they are essential to liberty and freedom and to life in America. We chose to create Medicaid, and we chose to expand Medicaid access in the Affordable Care Act, and we should be proud of what we have done. Medicaid makes it possible for so many Americans to live lives of meaning with dignity. It matters. It matters for Ricky, and it matters for all of us. And this hearing, this budget begs the question, who are we? What kind of society do we want to be? And today, the House Republicans' answer in this bill is that we want to be one that takes away health care from people like Ricky to give tax cuts to people like Elon Musk. That's not my answer, and it shouldn't be any of our answer. And we are able today to talk about why, and I hope that by the time we're done debating this bill, we can all agree that we can do better by and for the American people. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields. Does anyone else wish to be recognized? The gentlelady from New York is recognized for her 3 minutes and an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 13.7 million people, 13.7 million Americans will be cut off from their health care and made completely uninsurable by the bill that Republicans are presenting today. You know, there's a lot that I've been hearing, and I've been listening to my Republican counterparts here today and what they've been saying about this bill. And the math is not adding up. They're trying to convince people that they are cutting millions of undocumented people from payroll, from Medicare, acting as though this is what's going to save it. Even if you believe everything that Republicans have said today, they are identifying 1 million, their claim, which I dispute, but if you believe them, their claim is that 1 million undocumented people are on Medicaid. So why are they trying to cut 13.7 million Americans off their health care? By the Republicans' own Energy and Commerce tweet this morning, their claim is 7.6 million people are somehow ineligible for health care. So why are they cutting 13.7 million Americans off their health care? They've asked us to read this bill, and we have. This bill bans the people that they kick off of Medicaid from even buying their own insurance from the Affordable Care Act exchange. So once you are kicked off Medicaid, you then can't even buy your own health insurance. It increases costs for people who they deem eligible and who are low income and forces them to pay even more. And if you have a private insurer, don't worry, you're getting screwed over too, because your healthcare premiums are going to skyrocket from the disaster that is happening from this bill. We've done assessments, because if you live in a rural community, you're gonna be hurt too. In New York 23, 25% of people are on Medicaid in this area of upstate New York. Westfield Memorial Hospital will be at risk of closure. UPMC Chautauqua is at risk of closure. Schuyler Hospital at risk of closure. California 23, where 46% of people are on Medicaid. Redlands Community Hospital at risk of closure if this passes. Victor Valley Global Medical Center, Loma Linda University Medical Center, all at risk of closure. Colorado 8, 24% of people in this community are on Medicaid, and Platte Valley Medical Center will be at risk of closure if these cuts pass. Who do you believe? The people who are trying to cut this, not, by the way, to cut from quote-unquote undeserving people to give to deserving people, but they are cutting these Medicaid care and these Medicaid dollars to pay for tax cuts for Elon Musk and billionaires. So this money isn't even going towards funding better care for people who are eligible. This money is going, and we are cutting money and healthcare from people and
The
families
gentlelady's
who are
time has
suffering to
expired.
pay for tax cuts for the rich. It is a
The
crime
gentlelady's
happening
time
in
has
front of the
expired.
American
Does anyone
public
else wish
right
to be
now, and I yield
recognized
back.
for an open statement?
Mr. Chairman, I seek to be recognized.
The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, when 13.7 million Americans lose access to health care, 13.7 million Americans don't stop getting sick. What happens instead is losing access to primary and preventative care, they actually require more health care. And they visit the emergency room. And they get care that takes longer and is less comprehensive. And here's what that means for everyday Americans, middle class and working class, including those who get access to health insurance through their employer. It means that their health insurance premiums are going to go up. Because when hospitals provide care to people through the emergency rooms, they have to cross-subsidize that by raising the cost that they charge to commercial payers. So it won't just be the 13.7 million Americans who are kicked off health coverage who have to pay more out of pocket to get health care. It's going to be all Americans who have health insurance who will pay more in health insurance premiums. This after Donald Trump and Republicans promised that they were going to come in and lower prices. Down the road, the middle class and the working class are going to be paying more in taxes and through inflation because of the $7 trillion in debt that Republicans are adding with this tax cut giveaway to the wealthiest Americans. And those Americans who do end up needing Medicaid are now going to find that it cannot meet their needs. My constituent Ethan Wang was critically injured while swimming in the ocean when he was studying abroad in March 2019. The spinal cord injury left him paralyzed, needing immediate life-saving surgeries abroad, followed by a medical evacuation back to his home in Massachusetts. Then, inexplicably, Ethan's dad, Willis, suffered a major stroke just 2 years later. He also now has disabilities, but continues to work as best he can. I'm not sure if he meets the Republicans' definition of work, but he is working as best as he can. All of this was possible because of Ethan and Willis's determination and support from the Personal Care Attendant Program, operated through the Massachusetts Medicaid program known as Mass Health. When these cuts roll down onto the states, though, the PCA, as well as other flexible programming, will be under threat. The PCA, which allows people with disabilities to stay in their homes, they do not have to stay in expensive institutions, may come on to the chopping block. Ethan's and Willis's family never thought that they would depend on Mass Health, nor did they seek to, nor did they want or ask for a handout. They had an accident, they got sick, and they needed access to health care. The Wang family is a dual professional household in Newton with 3 healthy boys. Nobody knows when they will need to rely on Medicaid, but when they do, they need it to be strong and sound so that it can be a reliable system for families when they need it most. Ethan's mom says it best, quote, "We all live on the razor's edge of health, and when you need assistance from the state, you see the world and our social safety net through fresh eyes. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to protect Medicaid and the life-saving programs that it supports." I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've heard so much today. We've been said that Democrats can't say the word lie, only Republicans can say lie. So I'm going to say, under this plan, the Republicans are misleading the American people. The plan is to impose $715 billion in Medicaid cuts, which will result in millions of Americans losing their health care, destroy our hospitals, and close the nursing homes our parents and grandparents rely on, while blowing up the state's budget, including of my home state of Louisiana. Reverse Robin Hood, stealing from the poor and giving to the rich in the form of massive tax breaks for the wealthiest of the wealthy. These cuts will put elderly, the disabled, and our children at risk. Also, they can give trillions of dollars in tax breaks to billionaires and large corporations. Simply put, this is cruel, inhumane, and wrong. Republicans need to know that these are not just numbers on paper. These decisions that you make will affect people's real lives and the consequences that will hurt them. Medicaid plays a crucial role in providing life-saving care to millions of Americans in Louisiana. And it's essential that we overcome this notion that it's all fraud, waste, and abuse. We all want to get rid of waste, fraud, and abuse. This is not the way to do it. There is not enough waste, fraud, and abuse to support $880 billion in cuts. This is massive. And we're misleading the American people when we tell them, go home, you won't be hurt. This program makes it harder for people to access health care. Smoke and mirror, you can call it whatever you want. But don't take it from me. Hear it directly from my constituents. Katie Corcoran and her son, Connor Corcoran, who will be here with us later today. Connor John Corcoran was born 18 years ago with a congenital brain malformation. His parents are shocked at the news that of his diagnosis. His mother, Katie, pregnancy was uneventful. At 6 weeks old, Connor's parents were told that his brain malformation was so significant that he would need one-on-one care for the rest of his life. He's blind, developmentally delayed, and has poor muscle tone. Was fed through a tube, had numerous types of seizures every day, had an underdeveloped pituitary gland, needed hormone replacement medication, had an immune deficiency disorder, and is nonverbal. Coy is a law enforcement officer, and Katie is a special education teacher. Spent most of their time with Connor at Children's Hospital in New Orleans as their son's seizure and illness turned into life-threatening events. After nearly a decade of being on a waiting list for a home and a community-based disability waiver, Connor was given an emergency opportunity of a waiver, now a waiver. This is a real person. My friends, let's fight for the people, not for Trump and Musk.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for his opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman. I just want to welcome Sasha here. We're from different parts of New Jersey, but it's great to have you here. Rarrington, I'm from Jersey City, and I appreciate you coming here and sharing your story with us, because so many people from across New Jersey and across the country have shared their story, and it's so important that we listen to those stories as we make the decisions that we have to make here today. I brought someone from my district who couldn't be here in person, but they're here. This is Belinda and her son Kabir. Her son receives home health care funded by Medicaid. He has since he was 13 years old. Since then, his home health aide, Antoinette, has been like his second mother. Thanks to the services that Antoinette provides, Belinda is able to work and help provide for her 2 children. In addition to helping with basic needs, Antoinette takes Kabir for walks on beautiful days and chats with him about his interest. Belinda says, "My greatest joy is seeing Kabir smile and knowing he is in good hands." And if you look at the face of Belinda, that's a mother's love in those eyes. And if you look at her son Kabir, that's a smile of someone who's well taken care of. And we know that the conversation we should be having is how can we do more for all of you, for your mom, Sasha. That's the conversation we should be having today. Instead, we're talking about 13.7 million people losing their health care coverage, and not a single dollar in savings that the Republicans are talking about is going to be reinvested in this program. So we're not going to make it easier for you to continue to have access, not just to Medicaid today as we know it, but to a better version of it. That's the conversation that Democrats want to be having. How do we improve healthcare, whether it's Medicaid, ACA, Medicare? That's the conversation that we should be having, because unlike our friends across the aisle, we have town halls, and no one says healthcare is too affordable. No one says healthcare in this country is too accessible. We have too much of it. Not one person in any of our town halls has said that. So what are we doing here today? To make it harder for 13.7 million people to get access to health care? To make it harder on your family, Sasha? I agree with you. I just hope that people across the aisle listen to you, because we need to make health care better in this country. We can work on Medicaid, but if the work that we're going to do on it is going to save money, let's reinvest it in other health care programs, not give tax cuts to the people that don't need it. Not to the people that don't need it. That's why this approach by the Republican Party is so misguided. That's why we know that When they're running for office, they say they won't touch Medicaid, Medicare, Social Security. But today, we know that we are cutting Medicaid, and 13.7 million people like yourself will suffer, and that is entirely unacceptable. Thank you so much for being here. I hope I get to see you after we're done today. Thank you.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from California is recognized for 3 minutes for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. These indefensible cuts are more than just numbers on a page. These are real people, our constituents who are going to be harmed. People like Mark and Heidi and their son, 42-year-old son, Corey. When Corey was just 3 years old, he was diagnosed with a disabling form of autism. Every day, Corey needs help with basic functions like brushing his teeth, bathing, dressing, using the restroom, and cooking. He has some language skills, but is very limited in his ability to communicate. On weekdays, he lives in a group home, which is only made possible due to Medicaid reimbursements. On weekends, he goes home to his parents, who provide him with round-the-clock care. Corey is exactly the type of person who this essential safety net program was designed to help. I met Corey's father, Mark, at a recent town hall when he shared his family's story with the over 400 attendees. Mark's story stood out to me. He spoke about how detrimental Medicaid cuts would be to his son's dignity and his family's ability to care for their son. Mark asked me to share his story so that the public understands what the real-life impact of Republican cuts to Medicaid will be. Here's Mark in his own words, quote, "My wife and I are in our mid-70s. What will happen to our son if we're not there and these cuts to Medicaid go through? My son is 100% disabled. He'll never be able to work. The other 5 guys in his group home can't speak. Some of them don't have parents. It's going to be devastating what's going to happen to these people," end quote. This isn't efficiency, it's utter cruelty to fund tax cuts for billionaires. Please think about these people like Corey in your districts, in these families across America, before voting to kick 13.7 million people off of their insurance. And if you do vote to gut Medicaid, I hope you're prepared to go home and look your constituents in the eye and tell them why. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The decision here is about cutting health care or cutting taxes for the super wealthy. That is the assignment. That was the assignment that the president and the speaker gave to this committee. They said, find $800, $900 billion so that we can fund all of the tax cuts, particularly those for the wealthiest people in the country. And to do so, and I appreciate the chairman's honesty, he said, we're gonna focus on cutting health care for the people who don't need it as much. Or said differently, we want to make sure that we're only giving health care to the people who need it the most. Who does not need health care? Who here or in this country doesn't need health care? Or the speaker saying it's only going to be for people with quote unquote real disabilities. That's what the speaker said last night. So they're not going to try to figure out how to make this more efficient. What they're doing is they're going to make decisions about who gets health care, who has real disabilities, based on how much money they can save. Here's how they're cutting. They're going to increase the cost for low-income people to go see a doctor. They're going to have all of this red tape and paperwork to make it impossible for people who are eligible to get the health care. That's what happened in Georgia and Arkansas and Alabama. They're going to cut subsidies for folks who are receiving it as part of the ACA. 5 million people are going to lose their health care because of it. They're going to shift the cost to states. And then they're going to tell the states, you cannot raise money to cover the cost through an additional provider tax. So they're handing them the ball and then tying both hands behind their backs. So I have a constituent, Aaliyah, who gets her health care in Ohio. Yes, she may lose her health care because Ohio can no longer pay for all of the care that she needs. They're going to end retroactive Medicaid for nursing homes. They're going to reduce the minimum number of nurses in nursing homes. These are all the ways that they're getting to the savings. Not at all to do with waste, fraud, and abuse. One of my colleagues said cyber criminals is a big issue. Absolutely, cyber criminals is a big issue. If you go to the GAO reports, they list all of these examples of waste, fraud, and abuse, none of which is in this bill. None of which is in this bill. All of this waste, fraud, and abuse is right here. We could take it up, including tackling cyber criminals. Here's the numbers. If you want to not cut health care for millions of people, take the top wage earners, go from 37 to 39.7%. That's $250 billion. Take the corporate rate, tax rate back to 28. That's $1.3 trillion. Add the billionaire minimum tax. That's $500 billion right there. That's $2 trillion. You can invest it in expanding Medicaid. That is what Americans need. Otherwise, this is morally bankrupt, politically disastrous, and it will be deadly for those who are going to lose their coverage, and I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentlelady from Virginia, you're recognized for 3 minutes for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So today we are here with a mandate from congressional Republicans to squeeze our nation's finances into a framework that requires devastating cuts. And these cuts are not just a line item on a piece of paper. They impact people's lives. Our friends, our family, our neighbors, our constituents. Now, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have said that they're only trying to strengthen Medicaid. But what they don't tell you is that this bill we take up today effectively guts the Affordable Care Act and Medicaid. It kicks 13.7 million people off of their health insurance. It raises health care costs for everybody else. It shifts Medicaid costs to the states as they are struggling to fill holes in their budgets caused by other funding freezes, workforce cuts, and budget cuts. This bill handcuffs the state's ability to fund their share of Medicaid. It will further stress an already stressed and underfunded provider network, especially in rural areas. And for what? To fund tax cuts for the wealthiest few. And as a result, millions of people will suffer. People like my constituent, Jessica, who was born with her umbilical cord wrapped tightly around her neck, restricting oxygen and causing brain damage. Now 36 years old, Jessica reads at a pre-K level due to the intellectual impairment resulting from her traumatic birth. Jessica and her family rely on Medicaid to pay the bills for her doctor's appointments, and a Medicaid waiver allows her family to care for Jessica in their home. As her sister wrote to me, we love her, and we want to take care of her. We didn't want Jessica to end up in a group home. She has only known family caring for her. And yes, I'm paid a salary to keep my sister at home, her home, and take care of her, but it is not a handout. Families like mine aren't asking for handouts. We're asking for help that allows us to provide the best care possible to lighten our loads. Mr. Chairman, my Democratic colleagues and I have shared stories with you today about our constituents, the faces of Medicaid. On their own, each is a powerful testament to the importance of Medicaid, but together, they are a glimpse into the kaleidoscope of nearly 80 million Americans across the country whose health care is in the crosshairs of the cuts in this bill we will take up today, all to give tax breaks to a sliver of the wealthiest Americans. I urge my colleagues to keep these constituents, these stories in mind as you rush to find tax cuts for the wealthiest few in America. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentlelady from, yes. I have some opening statements. So are there any further opening statement? The chair recognizes the gentlelady from Indiana for 3 minutes for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today, we've unfortunately heard a lot of fear-mongering and misleading claims from our colleagues. So let's be absolutely clear. For the Americans who truly need them, this budget does not cut Medicaid, Medicare, or Social Security benefits for the Americans who truly need them. We are strengthening and protecting Medicaid for pregnant women, children, individuals with disabilities, low-income seniors, and vulnerable families. These Americans will continue to have access to the care they need and deserve. What we are doing is eliminating waste, fraud, and abuse, because safeguarding taxpayer dollars is not heartless, it's responsible. We're ending free health care for illegal immigrants, stopping payments made on behalf of deceased individuals or duplicate enrollees, and halting federal reimbursements for transgender surgeries on minors. It's not slashing care. It's restoring integrity and ensuring Medicaid works for the people it was meant to serve. And don't just take it from us. Even the New York Times published an article this week titled, even the New York Times published an article this week that stated that the Democrats' $13.7 million claim, or 13.7 million people losing Medicaid claim is false, is inaccurate. When the New York Times is calling out the Democrats for their exaggerating and misleading information, it's time to stop the scare tactics. This budget reflects our commitment to preserving these essential programs for future generations while also demanding much-needed accountability in the system. The American people want health care that is accessible, affordable, and honest, and that's what we're trying to deliver. So let's stick to the facts. Under our plan, 1.4 million illegal immigrants will no longer get coverage, so the very people that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are trying to protect will be protected. 4.8 million able-bodied adults choosing not to work or volunteer in their communities will be affected. 1.2 million recipients who are not eligible will no longer receive coverage. That is because we want to protect these programs for the very people that have been mentioned today by our colleagues on the other side of the aisle. We stand with them to protect the program for those people, but the status quo cannot continue. We cannot continue to keep spending 90% of every dollar on able-bodied adults choosing not to work and only spending 70% of every dollar on the vulnerable traditional people, the disabled, children, pregnant women, and seniors. It is not right. We are trying to fix it, and I urge my colleagues to stop the scare tactics. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The
Mr.
gentlelady
Chairman?
from...
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to place into the record Section 401 of the Personal Responsibility and Work Opportunity Reconciliation Act that was passed in 1996 that's titled Aliens Who Are Not Qualified Aliens Ineligible for Federal Public Benefits, which says that people, if they're here illegally are not eligible for Medicaid.
Without objection, so ordered. Anybody else seeking recognition for an opening statement? Gentlelady from Florida, you are recognized for 3 minutes. Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to all my colleagues. This is going to be a very, very long, well, possibly 36 hours. With that in mind, I think it's just important to lay out that we've heard a lot today in the last few hours that is not rooted in reality, because the facts tell a much different story. The posters that our colleagues on the left have held up are touching, the stories, they're very emotional, and I agree that we want to protect those most vulnerable. As a pregnant woman, I want to make sure that pregnant women, expectant mothers have access to resources around the country. Unfortunately, that's not happening in this situation. You know, I don't want to say that they're lying, but not a single person in those posters is going to be impacted by this legislation. Not one. Not one. And I encourage you to read the bill if you don't believe me. The facts are in black and white. I heard from one of my colleagues that there's just not enough waste, fraud, and abuse to reform the programs, to shore up resources. Well, I guess math is a problem, because I see 7.6 million different waste, fraud, and abuse cases. 1.4 million illegals that are currently on the rolls. 1.2 million individuals who are ineligible. An ineligibility definition that they created. The left made that definition. And by their own definition, these individuals, 1.2 million of them, are ineligible for the program. And let us not forget the 4.8 million able-bodied adults, healthy adults, that choose not to work. They have no children, they have no dependents. They choose not to work. That's 7.6 million individuals, and not one of those were on those posters. We all agree we want to protect those most vulnerable in our communities. We want to protect the disabled. We want to protect pregnant women. We should not be diverting resources to those who make the choice not to work. That is something we can all agree on. So I think the facts tell a much different story than the fiction that is playing out. And we would all be in a better position to shore up these programs and protect them if we could just realize that there is fundamental flaws in the arguments of my colleagues on the left. So for the next 36 hours, we will continue to point out the flaws in their arguments. It's rooted in emotion, and that gets clicks. But right now, we have 7.6 million individuals who should never be on this program. They're ineligible by their own definitions, by their own standards, or they're in this country illegally, or they make the choice not to work. For those that need it most, we are protecting and fighting for them. That is what we are doing here today. Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Gentlelady yields back. Is
Mr.
there any
Chairman,
second
I
opening
would like to
statement?
enter into the record a document from the Congressional Budget Office that estimates the 13.7 million that are going to be kicked off of Medicaid. Since there's all these allegations that people aren't going to be kicked off, I'd like to enter this fact document into the record.
Gentlelady is, without objection to order.
Mr. Chairman, could I reserve an objection? Is that, I'm just curious what that analysis is
Yeah.
of. Is that of the actual bill before us today, or is that something else?
This is an email from the Congressional Budget Office from Sunday, May 11th at 10:34 p.m. after y'all put out your text in the dark of night.
We have a chance to review that, and then we'll accept it once we review it, unless there's an issue.
My understanding is that is not of the bill we're discussing today.
We'll make
I'll
sure,
reserve
we'll
an
review it.
objection.
Mr. Chair.
We'll review and get back with you, okay? Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Yep. Gentleman from South Carolina, you're recognized for 3 minutes for an opening statement.
Mr. Chair, I just have a unanimous consent to enter into the record an article dated 2 days after their letter from the New York Times that says that there are 13.7 million people, their claim is bogus. I request unanimous consent to enter that into the record.
Mr. Chair.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Chair, point of order.
Point of order, who say your point of order?
Because I think the math is really important. The point of order on the New York Times, the New York Times didn't say there wasn't going to be 13.7 million people losing their health care. They said in this particular bill, it is what, somebody help me here. 7.6. So I just wanted to do the math. 7.6, 8.6 plus 5 is what? Somebody help me with the math. 8.6 plus 5 is what? 13.7 million.
Just state your
I yield
point of
back.
order. I understand your
No,
point of order.
it's important for people to appreciate that if you take the two numbers.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other seeking recognition for? It's your time, gentleman gentleman South Carolina, you're recognized for 3. Just wanted to do your unanimous consent request. What person, gentleman from Virginia?
Seeking recognition.
Gentleman's recognized.
I yield to the gentleman from Kentucky.
All right, thank you. I just want to address some of the earlier comments, and what my colleagues on both sides of the aisle have brought up are issues with people that are struggling, and we get that, and that's who we want to protect. We have a lot of people in the audience in that situation. That's who we want to protect. So the coverage loss that was discussed come from able-bodied adults choosing not to work. When I say that, the bill says you're exempted from the work requirement if you're an Indian or an urban Indian, if you're a California Indian, if you're eligible as an Indian for the Indian Health Service, you're exempted from the work requirement. If you're a parent, guardian, or caretaker relative of a disabled individual or dependent child, this is the bill, you are exempted from the work requirement. If you are a veteran with a disability rated as total under Section 115, you are exempted from the work requirement. If you are medically frail or otherwise has special medical needs, including an individual who is blind or disabled as defined by Section 1614, with a substance use disorder, you're not subject to the work requirement. With a disabling mental disorder, you're not subject to the work requirement. With a physical, intellectual, or developmental disability that significantly impairs their ability to perform one or more activities of daily living, you're not subject to the work requirement. With a serious or complex medical condition, you're not subject to the work requirement, or subject to the approval of the secretary, any other medical condition identified by the state that is not otherwise identified under this clause. So all of the groups that I just read are exempted from the work requirement. The other are, we do have people that are not legal status on Medicaid. CBO has scored that. There's some estimate that future people will not have coverage. I think that's 200,000 because of growth that is unrealized. That's an estimate on the future, not people currently receiving benefits. And the other are recipients getting benefits who are just not eligible based on the criteria that the other side of the aisle voted on during the Affordable Care Act. So if they don't meet the criteria that they established, and the other $5 million that was brought up that's in another jurisdiction is from a program that in the IRA expanded premium tax credits that they had sunset. As they spent money on other issues, they could have extended that longer, so this wouldn't be expiring this year, but that was a decision that you make within the budget that you have, and so that was a decision made by the other side. So I just want to be clear that we are focusing on the people that, all the one list I just read, that are truly struggling, the most vulnerable, and we want Medicaid to work for them. And so the coverage loss, as I said, people who are choosing not to work, and I just read you the exceptions, people that are not legally eligible to be on Medicaid based on the criteria that was set previous Congresses and in the Affordable Care Act, and also the people that are not here as a legal status. That's the bulk of that number. So I appreciate the time, and I yield back to my friend from Virginia.
Mr. Chairman.
I yield back.
Consent.
Time's expired. You have another motion?
Unanimous consent.
Unanimous consent request? The gentleman say their unanimous consent request. Gentlelady, I'm sorry.
I'm going to offer for the record release yesterday from the Center for Children and Families from Georgetown University McCourt School of Public Policy. A researcher there that has worked for many, many years, Joan Alker, just says in part, work requirements are included in this bill as expected. As I've said many times, work requirements don't achieve their intended purpose, which proponents claim is to support work, but they are very successful in causing eligible people who are working or should be exempt to lose
Should we just
coverage.
accept it, or are we going to read it, Mr. Chairman?
We can accept
I want
it.
to make sure that everyone gets the bottom line here.
Okay.
I'll say it again, but they are very successful in causing eligible people who are working or should be exempt to lose.
All right, thanks. So that's a unanimous consent request. There's any objection? Without objection, so ordered. Seeing no other recognition for opening statements? The gentleman has a motion.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I seek recognition to make a motion.
Gentleman's recognized.
Now that we've finally seen the bill text that Republicans have been working on in secret for weeks, it's clear that all this bill does is take away health care from millions of Americans in order to pay for giant tax breaks for billionaires and big corporations. And that's not what the American people want. Whether they're Democrats, Republicans, or independents, they've all voiced opposition to cutting, or as you said, trimming Medicaid. And therefore, for those reasons, I move that the committee adjourn and that we not consider these additional changes, cuts, or trim, however you rephrase it, to Medicaid. I move that the committee adjourn.
The motion to adjourn is not debatable if there's no discussion. Therefore, all those in favor say aye. All the opposed say no. No! The gentleman asked for a recorded vote, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Lauda. Mr. Lauda votes no. Mr. Griffith. No. Mr. Griffith votes no. Mr. Bilirakis. No. Mr. Bilirakis votes no. Mr. Hudson.
No.
Mr. Hudson votes no. Mr. Carter of Georgia.
No.
Mr. Carter of Georgia votes no. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes no. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Dunn votes no. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Crenshaw votes no. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes no. Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber votes no. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes no. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes no. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes no. Mr. Pfluger. Mr. Pfluger votes no. Mrs. Harshbarger. Mrs. Harshbarger votes no. Mrs. Miller-Meeks. Mrs. Miller-Meeks votes no. Mrs. Kamick. Mrs. Kamick votes no. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. Obernolte votes no. Mr. James. Mr. James votes no. Mr. Benz. Mr. Benz votes no. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes no. Mr. Fry. Mr. Fry votes no. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy votes no. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane votes no. Mr. Rulli. Mr. Rulli votes no. Mr. Evans. Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman votes no. Mrs. Fedorchak. Mrs. Fedorchak votes no. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes aye. Ms. DeGette. Ms. DeGette votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Tonko.
Aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes aye. Mrs. Dingle. Mrs. Dingle votes aye. Mr. Veazey. Mr. Veazey votes aye. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Barragan. Ms. Barragan votes aye. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes aye. Ms. Schreier. Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Trahan. Ms. Trahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher. Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss. Mr. Auchincloss votes aye. Mr. Carter of Louisiana. Mr. Carter of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez votes aye. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Landsman. Mr. Landsman votes aye. Ms. McClellan. Ms. McClellan votes aye. Chairman Guthrie. Chairman Guthrie votes no.
Is anyone seeking recognition to answer the roll call on the Republican side? Seeing none on the Democrat side? Seeing none, the clerk will report.
Chairman Guthrie, on that vote, there were 24 ayes and 29 noes.
So the motion fails. So we will proceed to, before we do, I just want to say I was coming in the door just a little while ago and I met a young lady who's here on her birthday. And she said, you can wave your hand. You said, it's this important enough to you. You're here on your birthday, so thank you for being here. I won't say what birthday unless you want to say, because you told me, but I won't say. But anyway, thank you for being here. So we're going to do these in 4 committee prints. We learned from during the Build Back Better when we had 16 committee prints. We're only doing 4 today. And so we'll do these in 4 different sections. So the chair calls up the committee print, subtitle A, Energy, and asks the clerk to report.
Title 4, Energy and Commerce, Subtitle A, Energy.
Without objection, reading of the committee print is dispensed with, and the committee print will be open for amendment at any point so ordered. Is there discussion or amendments to subtitle A? The gentleman was recognized for, for what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word
Gentleman's
on the
recognized.
underlying bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When we passed the Inflation Reduction Act 3 years ago, Congress took a massive step towards lowering energy bills for American families. It was all about affordability, trying to lower prices. But if this bill passes today, we'll wipe out all of that progress by rescinding programs that are lowering energy costs and helping to build clean energy manufacturing here in America, Also, Republicans can give tax cuts to billionaires. And I have to stress, Mr. Chairman, one of my biggest concerns is that when President Trump ran, he said, and he said it on Inauguration Day, I'm just going to lower prices, I'm going to make things more affordable. Oh, so many things in this bill do just the opposite, whether it's in the healthcare sphere, the energy sphere, the environmental sphere, whatever it is. It's all about raising prices for the little guy so we can give tax breaks to the wealthy. But not content to gut the Inflation Reduction Act, which I already mentioned, Republicans are now going even further by creating a mockery of our environmental laws by allowing big oil and gas to simply bribe government agencies to acquire permits free of scrutiny. It sets up what I call a pay-to-play scheme for fossil energy permitting that allows polluters to pay $10 million to the Trump administration to obtain pipeline permits and ignore environmental laws while clean energy gets left behind. Now, I'm not mentioning the others. I think the figure is $1 million for LNG and so on. But the bottom line is you pay, and then you don't have to worry about the environmental laws. In the case of an LNG, you don't have to worry about the national security laws. In other words, when we allowed LNG exports, they're supposed to be reviewed to see not only what the environmental implications might be, but whether or not it's going to raise oil prices. And we know that oftentimes exporting of LNG does raise oil prices here in the United States. But that's all gone. You just pay your fee, $1 million, $10 million for pipelines, and you don't have to worry about any environmental scrutiny. Now, I will tell you, there are people on my side of the aisle who would like to see permitting reform, right? Want to put forward a permitting reform program? You can. But that's not what's going on here. This isn't about permitting reform. This is just about saying, you just pay your million, your 10 million, whatever, and you don't have to worry about the permits at all. We'll just give it to you. We'll just give you the permit. This is a complete dismantling of our energy permitting infrastructure in America. Vital protections for the public interest, clean water, clean air, and not just environmental concerns, also to make sure that oil prices don't go up. So states would lose any say in energy infrastructure within their borders, and courts would not be able to address any further violations of our weakened laws. This is an end goal of Republicans. One set of rules for you, another set of rules for them and their billionaire buddies. Simply put, it's a disaster. And like so many other things that we're going to be discussing in this bill today, tonight, and tomorrow, all it does is raise prices on the little guy, all for what purpose? So you can give more tax breaks to billionaires like Elon Musk, large corporate interests, and so they don't have to pay their fair share of the tax burden. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I would urge, obviously, opposition to the energy section, and I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion? Mr. Peters. The gentleman from California is recognized for 5 minutes of discussion on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Last Congress, my Republican colleagues were insistent that we should have an all-of-the-above energy policy, one that leveraged our natural resources, unleashed American innovation, and cut through bureaucratic red tape. So I'm confused that we are considering a reconciliation bill that picks winners and losers and elevates expensive, outdated, and inefficient sources like coal over cheap, American-made energy like solar, wind, and storage. Why does this bill expedite permitting for natural gas pipelines, an undeniably important component of our energy system, while completely ignoring transmission lines, without which we would not be able to meet a single kilowatt of energy demand? Why does this bill provide government-backed insurance to coal plants, as the President of the United States single-handedly kills hundreds, if not thousands, of clean energy jobs across the country by illegally targeting projects, some of them already permitted, and weaponizing the permitting process? This entire Congress, my Republican colleagues, have focused, not inappropriately, on our need to build baseload power to meet energy demand from data centers, manufacturing, and AI. But when they have an opportunity to ensure this baseload power can move from where it's generated to where it will be used, my Republican colleagues have not only chosen to ignore this problem, but are rescinding funds to make it easier to build out the energy infrastructure we need to reduce costs and keep the lights on. We need to face reality. We can't build anything in America anymore. North America has built about 7 gigawatts of interregional transmission since 2014. with less of half of that in the United States. In that same time frame, South America has built 22 gigawatts, Europe 44, and China has built 260 gigawatts. While there's a growing bipartisan coalition for permitting reform, whether it's forest management, electric transmission, or building housing, I have reached across the aisle consistently and found success in moving solutions forward. And many of us have voiced our desire to work in a bipartisan way to make America more energy dominant. And now's the time to put our money where our mouth is and focus on durable common sense and all of the above policies that provide certainty for industry and consumers. But this bill doesn't come anywhere close to meeting that moment. It isn't real permitting reform. It doesn't make us energy dominant. And it only makes things more uncertain for industry, for Americans, and for our future. So instead of making it easier to build everything, once again, we are cutting off our feet in the race to energy resilience. This is the definition of picking winners and losers, and it is not the way we will receive a resilient, energy-abundant future. We need to turn our attention to bipartisan solutions that are comprehensive and cover everything. This ain't it, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Anyone on the Republican side seeking recognition for discussion on the bill? Anyone? Anyone on the Democrat side seeking recognition to speak on the bill?
David, did you want to?
Or the committee print, I should say.
You want to speak on the bill?
Committee printer, okay. Seeing none, are there any amendments? Oh, gentlelady from Florida is recognized for, amendment at that. Gentlelady from Florida, the clerk, do you have the amendment? Do we annotate, say the amendment? Do
Can
you
the
have the right?
gentlelady please specify the amendment?
Amendment to H-Con Res 14, it is 62V C2.
Could you repeat that in mind?
62V C2.
62 VC. The clerk will report.
Amendment offered by Ms. Castor.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady from Florida is recognized for 5 minutes in support of her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And for everyone that noticed a very quick shift away from healthcare discussion to energy, I think that's intentional. It's part of the intention of releasing the details of a bill that rips your healthcare away late on a Sunday night on Mother's Day, rushing it to committee without any hearing. They're trying to do this really quick, and rather than in the light of day, discuss Medicaid in front of everyone and healthcare, we're going to switch to energy. But the message is exactly the same. And this is going to impact everyone too, and you better hold on to your wallets because they're coming after your electric bills too to pay for a massive tax giveaway to billionaires like Elon Musk and the wealthy and the well-connected. Because let's face it, American families are being financially squeezed right now. But unfortunately, Republicans want to make it worse through higher utility bills. I know that Americans are very concerned about rising energy cost, but the Trump administration now is making it worse. Utility companies in at least 19 states have hiked rates as much as $40 per month just since the Trump administration began because of so much of their chaos and confusion across the agencies. In 5 months now into this Congress, the Republicans have not brought forth a single bill to lower energy costs for hardworking American families. Instead, what they're offering today is a handout to big oil companies and polluters, and the impact will be to raise your electric bill. They also, when you dig into this bill, they're gutting clean air protections, clean water protections, all to fund their massive tax giveaway to billionaires. This is in stark contrast to what Democrats did a few years ago. We actually focused on consumers and on your bottom line. We passed energy rebates. We funded help for working class Americans to pay their heating bills, or in my neck of the woods, their AC bills. So what my amendment today says, rather than strike right at the heart of what you're doing, let's just analyze what's going on here. If you say Mr. Chairman, that this is going to be so good for consumers, you'll pass my amendment. It will delay any provisions in this bill from taking effect until the Energy Information Administration studies the impact of the bill and the actions taken so far on the Trump administration so that we can ensure what you say. You say, oh, this is going to lower electric bills. Nothing in here really proves that. We're all very skeptical because time and time again you side with big oil CEOs and electric utilities and polluters. I mean, right now, just look at what's happened. When we were in charge, we passed home energy rebates. The bill they have on the floor today will take away the training grants that helps make that possible back home. 49 states across the country have applied for those Department of Energy rebates that will help working class Americans save on their electric bill, but now they want to rip those away by not allowing that to happen. In Florida, my home state, we're supposed to receive, my neighbors across the state are supposed to receive about $346 million to help. Wouldn't that help a lot of people save on their electric bills, buy food and groceries, afford the rising cost of living, maybe some of the tariff-induced price increases? But no, the Trump administration, Elon Musk with that chainsaw has said, no, we're not going to let those monies flow to hardworking people. Instead, we're going to create greater chaos. Democrats also thought it was important to help with transmission across the country. Building those big transmission lines is an incredible undertaking, as Mr. Peters has pointed out. It helps lower electric bills. So you know what they do in this bill? They take away the funds that would help transmission lines get constructed. You know why they're doing this? Is because right now the cost of cleaner, cheaper energy is very affordable. Solar, wind, battery storage, it's created a lot of jobs across the country. The big oil companies don't like it. So they're willing to say to you, you get to pay more while they get a gift and they get a pass. And this helps them in their calculation for their big tax giveaway to billionaires. So you're getting hit a couple of times. You're getting hit on your health care. You're getting hit on your electric bills. When you look out across the decades ahead, if you have kids or grandkids, it's going to be a lot hotter. We could use those energy rebates for our AC bills. But this bill, moving forward, is going to cost everybody a lot. So I'll yield back, but I'm not finished discussing this because people need to know about this. You can't rush a bill like this with such a large impact through without people understanding what it means to them. I'll yield back.
Thanks. The gentlelady yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio for 5 minutes to discuss the amendment.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this amendment adds a section to the subtitle relating to the impacts on energy costs, requiring the Energy Information Administration to certify energy costs won't increase. The best way to lower energy prices is to expand use of America's abundant energy resources, gas, oil, coal, hydropower, that provide affordable, reliable power and fuels, and not limit those resources in a forced transition to expensive renewable energy as the IRA sought to do. The way to lower electricity prices is ensure more supply, not less, to ensure more generating resources that stay on regardless of the weather. The savings and fees in the subtitle will increase energy, not limit it. It will increase the kind of energy we need to lower prices and provide for our communities. This amendment would forestall this effort, and Mr. Chairman, I would urge our members to reject the amendment. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion of the amendment? Gentlelady from New York is recognized for 5 minutes to discuss the amendment.
Thank you. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
And Representative Castor's amendment, I think, is a pretty common sense proposal. It is ensuring that none of the partisan provisions being discussed today should be implemented until we can understand their impacts on monthly energy costs. Right now, everyday Americans are experiencing absolute explosions in their monthly energy bills, particularly under the Trump administration. In fact, residents in New York City have their electrical bills that are spiking to over $500 a month for a one-bedroom apartment just from this January to February. And for some of the folks saying that, by quote-unquote unleashing gas, we can lower these costs, this bill that we are marking up today would actually increase gas exports by fast-tracking the permitting of new gas exports. And for folks who make this kind of energy independence argument that we need to drill oil and gas so that we're using American oil and gas isn't going to American households with some of these provisions. In fact, electricity markets across the US, while they remain heavily reliant on gas, fast-tracking these exports means that there's going to be less gas available for Americans because we're shipping it abroad. And when global prices rise, domestic gas suppliers are either priced out or forced to pay the higher international market rates. And so what the amendment that we have before us is merely asking us to conduct a study on how the bill will impact monthly energy costs. If the Republican claim is that it's going to lower monthly energy costs, wouldn't we want to know that? And I suspect that this study would show that energy costs would actually spike under this Republican proposal. And perhaps that's the source of some of the opposition and heartburn around finding out what impact this is going to have on people. And with that, I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you. The gentlelady yields back. Is there any recognition on the Republican side to speak? Any further discussion? Any further discussion on the Democrat side? Gentlelady from New York, the other gentlelady from New York, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to yield to the gentlelady from Florida.
Gentlelady is, well, it's your time.
I thank my colleague from New York for yielding the time. You know, colleagues, on the day after it became news that the president was likely to accept a 747 Boeing jet from another country, we have the congressional version right here of kind of that pay-for-play grifting that's going on, and it's right here in the bill because here's what they have planned in this bill. It's another big giveaway. For a one-time fee of $1 million, this bill would authorize the Department of Energy to approve liquefied natural gas export terminals, regardless of the negative impacts on the people who live nearby and on your electric bill. But they didn't stop there. Get this. For $10 million, companies can bypass permitting processes, clean air, clean water, things like that, and any judicial review for their natural gas or other pipelines. I mean, this is not how things work in the United States of America. I know that the current administration is not fond of the rule of law. I guess they're trying to change the law to benefit the big oil companies. And they do this even though it's going to cost consumers so much more. Now, contrast that. This will really tell you where priorities differ. Contrast that with what Elon Musk has done to take a chainsaw to firing the entire staff of the Low-Income Home Energy Assistance Program, which helps almost 6 million households in America warm and cool their homes. That's separate even from the energy rebates I was talking about. My neighbors in Florida will lose over $100 million this year because of that, at a time we're paying more on our electric bills because utilities, they get to add on when we have hurricanes and storms. So we're already facing higher costs because of damage from Hurricanes Helene and Milton, and now this. Just yesterday, the Trump administration proposed to illegally ignore Congress and court rulings by revoking energy and water efficiency standards for more than a dozen appliances. This would take the United States back to decades-old standards or eliminate them entirely, drastically costing consumers and businesses. And as we sit here, the Ways and Means Committee is marking up a bill that will make life harder for millions of American families that are simply trying to make their homes more efficient. They might be trying to install solar or batteries. And remember, this is the difference in priorities. They do that to give a massive tax cut to the wealthy and the well-connected, while you pay more. I also want to echo a point that Ranking Member Pallone made. All Congress, Republicans have held hearings where we've heard from people in the electric industry, grid operators, utility leaders. They all said that repealing a lot of these tax incentives for cleaner, cheaper energy would be catastrophic. Take one tiny little example. Republicans want to make it easier to send natural gas overseas while making all other sources of energy, be it wind, solar, batteries, or even nuclear energy, more expensive. Well, sending all natural gas overseas, as Representative Ocasio-Cortez pointed out, will increase prices here in America. But we won't have any alternative then if they send gas overseas to fuel our electric system, but because they will have gutted every other option, causing power bills to explode. When you have less energy coming onto the grid, your energy prices go up. That's not fair. So just imagine that story, 340 million times more as costs explode for everyone across the country. That's what this bill does. It doesn't do anything to lower your electric bill. If we're serious about addressing this problem, that at the very least, adopt my amendment, show your math. No one has to call each other, you're misleading, you're not. Just agree to do the analysis so the people can understand what's happening to their electric bills and why. I urge support of my amendment and yield back.
I yield back, Mr.
Gentlelady from New York yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Gentleman from Georgia, what purpose you seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I don't know how it is, if we talk about different states. My state of Georgia has been named 12 years in a row as the best state in the country to do business in, or to relocate your business, and it's growing very rapidly. Right now, just doing a little research, New York is paying about 26.2 cents per kilowatt hour for electricity. It's 59% higher than the national average. In my home state of Georgia, is somewhere between 8 and 10 cents, depending on the demand. In Georgia, in 2022 and 23, gasoline was fluctuating somewhat, but many times it got as high as $4 a gallon. Today, I just looked it up, it's $2.88 a gallon. And that's in less than like 90 days. And I will say that we have, that's, under the new guidelines that many of these we're codifying in the law in this energy policy. We passed in the last Congress House Bill 1, which was an all-out energy solution, all energy. I have the largest clean energy facility in the country, in my district, Plant Vogel. And even with the substantial capital costs of that, we're still at 8 to 10 cents a kilowatt hour. So I don't know where these numbers are coming from, but I can tell you costs are decreasing rapidly because you cannot reduce costs if you don't have competition. It will not work. You can't regulate it. You can't. It just does not work economically. And what we're seeing is a large supply meeting demand. If demand exceeds supply, the cost is going up. That is exactly what we're trying to do in this legislation, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion? Gentleman from Florida, what purpose you seek recognition, or you recognize to speak on the amendment?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support this amendment and oppose the job-killing, energy cost-raising provisions in the underlying reconciliation bill. We see first an attempt in this section to defund the Advanced Technology Vehicle Manufacturing Provisions in 50142. You know, Florida now has the second most electric vehicles in the nation. And according to CNBC, in 2024, 20% of all new car sales were electric vehicles and hybrids. That's a giant figure. And it reminds us that slowly but surely, or maybe faster than folks even realize, that American consumers are switching over to hybrids and electrics in an increasing rate. And by the way, this advanced technology vehicle manufacturing credit has been a boom for the South. South Carolina, Volkswagen's making electric vehicles. AESC, battery manufacturing in South Carolina. BMW, EV and battery module manufacturing. Redwood Materials, battery recycling. In Georgia, Hyundai, May 2022. Hyundai reveals plan for a $5.54 billion facility dedicated to electric vehicles and battery manufacturing plants. Will create 8,100 jobs. North Carolina, Toyota, an electric vehicle plant. Toyota's investing $3.79 billion to establish a battery factory in North Carolina. All these things happened after the Inflation Reduction Act was passed and is helping to make sure that we remain competitive. We want to avoid China dumping cheap EVs on our market. We ban them from coming in, and we boost our domestic manufacturing, and these provisions help with that. And I do want to mention, you know, gas is down a little bit because President Trump tanked the economy. That's why demand is down. So if that's the plan, tank the economy so that gas is cheaper, that's a pretty extreme measure there. This is a bad deal for the South, whether it's consumers in Florida or whether it's all these high-paying jobs going to all these southern states. This is a job killer. In addition, adding in defunding of interstate transmission lines. Gosh, I've heard from both sides of the aisle how often this is critical. So some states can focus more on energy production, whether it's nuclear, whether it's natural gas, whether it's renewables, and make sure that that energy could be more efficiently spread across the United States. So why in the world would you defund the interstate transmission lines? That makes no sense. That will raise energy prices. It'll prevent efficiencies in the market and for different states to specialize in new types of energy, whether it is modular nuclear, whether it's renewable, like solar or green hydrogen that's being formulated in Florida, and then add in the cuts to energy efficient appliances. And I was born in the late 70s. This program's been around since I was a little kid. Why we would have some of these efforts to encourage people to continue to buy energy efficient appliances, the manufacturers like it, the retailers like it, and most importantly, American families like it. And you don't have to buy it. This is just an incentive for folks if they want to use want to use energy efficient appliances, want to do their part, household by household. This is about the freedom to be able to use less energy and to be able to be more efficient and protect our environment. And so cutting these popular provisions are unpopular, job killing, and of course are going to raise energy costs. And I yield back, Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Is there discussion of the amendment on the Republican side? Is there discussion of the amendment on the Democrat side? Seeing no further discussion, the vote occurs on the amendment. Gentleman has asked for a roll call vote, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Latta.
No.
Mr. Latta votes no. Mr. Griffith. No. Mr. Griffith votes no. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes no. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Hudson votes no. Mr. Carter of Georgia. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Dunn votes no. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Crenshaw votes no. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes no. Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber votes no. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes no. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes no. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes no. Mr. Pfluger. Mr. Pfluger votes no. Mrs. Harshbarger. Mrs. Harshbarger votes no. Mrs. Miller-Meeks. Mrs. Miller-Meeks votes no. Mrs. Kamick. Mrs. Kamick votes no. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. Obernolte votes no. Mr. James. Mr. James votes no. Mr. Benz. Mr. Benz votes no. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes no. Mr. Fry. Mr. Fry votes no. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy votes no. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane votes no. Mr. Ruley. Mr. Ruley votes no. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans votes no. Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman votes no. Mrs. Fedorchak. Mrs. Fedorchak votes no. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes aye. Ms. DeGette. Ms. DeGette votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Tonko.
Aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes aye. Mrs. Dingle. Mrs. Dingle votes aye. Mr. Veazey. Mr. Veazey votes aye. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Barragan. Ms. Barragan votes aye. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes aye. Ms. Schreier. Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Trahan. Ms. Trahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher. Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss. Mr. Auchincloss votes aye. Mr. Carter of Louisiana. Mr. Carter of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez votes aye. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Landsman. Mr. Landsman votes aye. Ms. McClellan. Ms. McClellan votes aye. Chairman Guthrie. Chairman Guthrie votes no. Mr. Carter of Georgia is not recorded. Mr. Carter votes no. Mr. Palmer is not recorded. Mr. Palmer votes no.
Seeing none, the clerk will report.
Chairman Guthrie, on that vote, there were 24 ayes and 30 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Are there further amendments? Gentlelady from New York.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk labeled 97AU7.
And if I can reserve a point of order, Mr. Chair?
Point of order is being reserved. The clerk, do you have the amendment? The clerk.
Yes, it's at
Mr.
the
Chairman,
desk.
could the gentlelady please repeat the amendment?
Sure, it's 97AU7.
Amendment offered by Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, page 29, beginning on line 6, strike paragraph 1. Add at the end the following.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady from New York is recognized for 5 minutes in support of her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is an amendment that I hope we can all be able to support today in terms of it, at its core, being an anti-corruption amendment. In my time here in Congress, I have participated in investigations of large corporations that have poisoned communities across the country, whether it was Deloitte and 3M that dumped PFAS in communities where so many women and families dealt with reproductive cancers, whether it was other kinds of pipelines near and sited near populated communities that then leaked toxic chemicals into water supplies. And even in Flint, Michigan, where we saw so many children that experienced developmental delays due to exposure to lead. A lot of times, these communities were poisoned due to large corporations that were exploiting corrupt loopholes in the law in order to poison the most vulnerable communities in America. And I deeply fear that there is a loophole and similar provision in this bill. This bill allows gas companies to pay $1 million in order for their project to bypass the traditional permitting process to be just simply deemed in the public interest. In fact, this bill also allows natural gas pipeline projects to pay a fee of $10 million to cut the line and also bypass the normal permitting process. Now, I think that it's a bipartisan priority for both of us, for all of us, to try to tackle permitting reform. But allowing massive corporations to simply cut a check to bypass the very real reasons that permitting exists in the first place poses a deep and grave danger to people across the country. In fact, in New York, there was something called a Northeast Supply Enhancement Project. It was a gas pipeline that would have involved putting 17 miles of pipeline in New York State's waterways before surfacing in Queens, a gas pipeline in waterways. The state determined that the pipeline would have significant water quality impacts and could potentially contaminate the state's waters with toxins like mercury. Mercury is a toxic metal that can cause a range of health problems, from neurological issues to kidney damage. And so, as this project moved through the permitting process, environmental experts as well as energy and financial experts all agreed that the project was too dangerous to proceed. But this bill would have allowed Williams Companies, the corporation behind this pipeline, to simply ignore and bypass all of that and just pay a fee in order to put gas pipelines and site them near highly sensitive water supplies. And this isn't something that's just a risk here in New York. It is a risk across the country. And again, I do believe that it's important that we discuss permitting reform, but to allow all of this to be bypassed completely is profoundly dangerous. That's why today I am introducing this amendment that requires that the Inspector General of the Department of Energy certify that the bill will not result in increased risks of corruption that jeopardize the integrity of our permitting process. Our permitting processes rely on inputs from energy experts, medical experts, and from environmental experts, as well as local communities who bear the brunt of these impacts. But we cannot allow polluters to bribe their way around these processes. We have seen families in Flint torn apart. We have seen Army and naval bases, families and communities around Army and naval bases exposed to PFAS that have had their lives torn apart. We cannot fast track corruption that allows massive corporations to put people's lives at risk. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. Is there discussion on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from Ohio are recognized for discussion of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this amendment is not necessary. All the federal permitting processes will remain intact under these provisions. The language explicitly requires each federal, state, interstate, or tribal agency to review the application for the relevant federal authorizations prior to approval. Projects utilizing this process must comply with the underlying statutes, including anti-corruption standards. If projects violate the law, FERC maintains its ability to revoke permits and licenses it has issued if there are violations of the terms and conditions of the permits. And Mr. Chairman, I move that the amendment not be adopted.
Will you yield?
Yield, Mr. Chairman.
So thanks a lot. So I went to school in the Hudson River. We've talked about that. Other than the Commonwealth of Kentucky, probably one of the most beautiful spots in America, and we want to protect that too. And the local laws and state laws have to be followed even with this process. We wanted to make sure. So the reason I said that, when I was there in the 80s, you couldn't swim in the Hudson River because of what corporate America had done. Some unknowing, they just didn't realize the laws in the play, or we didn't know the science that we know now. But we want to make sure it's protected, and we feel that this does do that. And so I will yield back to my friend from Ohio.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and yield back the balance of my time.
Is there further discussion? The gentlelady from Florida, and then Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank Representative Ocasio-Cortez for offering this very important amendment. It simply says that this will not go into effect until the Inspector General of the Department of Energy certifies that this will not result in an increased risk of corruption or pay to play. Although I do note that, remember, Donald Trump and Elon Musk fired the Inspector General at the Department of Energy. So they're already taking the cops off the beat. And what the Republicans want to do in this bill will make it worse. This pay-to-play scheme they want to jam through this reconciliation bill will simply sell out local communities back home to the highest bidder, all to placate big oil companies and their billionaire friends. Now, I represent a Gulf Coast district in the Tampa Bay area. We're still reeling from the damage of Hurricanes Helene and Milton. But, you know, we really haven't gotten over the BP Deepwater Horizon blowout of some years ago, where the pollution just spewed out from that deep water well for months. Do you remember on TV it just kept going and going? So that seriously impacted the ability of small businesses to lure tourists. We haven't industrialized our coastline. So the damage was real, and we're just kind of recovering from the environmental economic damage. So now you want to say that neighbors across the Gulf Coast who know how dangerous these types of energy infrastructure projects are, that we aren't going to have a say in it? Because this would force those Gulf Coast communities to host dangerous, polluting, liquefied natural gas export facilities. And since, Mr. Chairman, you were going back in time, you know, before I arrived in Congress and in public service, I was an environmental attorney. And what I learned is that it's very important to have the community engagement up front. It helps you address problems. Oftentimes, it helps the infrastructure facility be permitted. You get buy-in from the local community, right? There might be jobs, there might be other benefits, but maybe not. But you have to give them their say and their due process. It seems like everything right now is about not recognizing due process for anyone. And this would strip away the ability of local communities to have a say when you have a new polluting plant running through your own backyard. It would gut the normal judicial review by severely limiting who can challenge it. All of this without even studying whether or not the facilities and those pipelines are in the public interest. And we know that Republicans are scared to do these analyses. Why? Because there was analysis done at the end of the year by the Department of Energy that talked about liquefied natural gas exports. They said, that analysis said by the Department of Energy, that if we export more of our gas rather than using it here at home, our electric bills will go up. Plus, it will drastically worsen climate pollution that is warming the Gulf waters and supercharging these storms that also have a significant impact on the bottom lines of the families I represent. And our energy committee, subcommittee in this committee has heard over and over again from energy developers of all kinds, they need certainty to make long-term investments. They need independent regulators who can fairly make these assessments about whether or not these projects are in the public interest. So this bill is totally radical, just strips away any of that certainty particularly as the president works to make energy regulators less independent. You know, there are significant environmental harms and health issues when you are trying to ram in a gas export polluting facility. But here, now, this may not be a gold-plated 747, but for just a small fee, big oil companies can bribe the Trump administration to get whatever they want. This bill would make Republicans, unfortunately, complicit in the blatant corruption and insider dealing that we've unfortunately come to expect from this administration. This bill doesn't create a two-track system. It completely alters the way that we review polluting projects in America. Instead of focusing on reform, Republicans are just attempting to abolish all permitting. Do it through the back door. Grease the skids. Does nothing to lower energy costs for hardworking families. So please support her good amendment.
Thanks. The gentlelady yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from Iowa for 5 minutes, just for a discussion of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Solyndra.
Gentlelady yields back.
I yield back.
Okay. Gentlelady yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Gentlelady from California, gentlelady from Washington asked earlier. Gentlelady from Washington is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment. You're next, or after Republican. Solyndra,
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I strike the last word to support Representative Ocasio-Cortez's amendment because this bill currently seeks to completely bypass protections for communities and landowners. And these pay-to-play provisions put not just a thumb, but an entire arm, maybe a body on the scale, favoring oil and gas. It's giant corporations like Shell, BP, Chevron. They're the ones that have the wherewithal to pay to bypass all, let me repeat that, all permitting requirements. This bill is more of the drill baby drill agenda that we hear every week from our Republican colleagues. Look, I'm all for streamlining permitting for energy projects to address demand, and energy infrastructure has real impacts on our communities, but there's ways to streamline permitting and get new energy resources online without sidelining solar, wind, nuclear, hydropower, or hydrogen projects. Our Senate friends made serious progress on a bipartisan bill to do just that the last Congress, but this committee wouldn't bring it up for a hearing. Streamlining permitting is key if we're going to meet energy demands, but clean power should have the same opportunity as oil and gas, and we shouldn't be disregarding important environmental protections. So I encourage my colleagues to support this amendment. I yield back.
Would the gentlewoman yield to me? Would the gentleman?
Yeah. Oh, yes, absolutely. Thank you.
You know, I just wanted to point out on this amendment that, the gentlewoman from New York, Ocasio-Cortez, talked about LNG in particular. And I'm just reading the LNG section where it says, an application to export natural gas, right, from the United States, a non-refundable charge of $1 million, and for purposes of this section, such a non-refundable charge of $1 million, and I'm quoting, was imposed and collected, shall be deemed to be in the public interest, and such an application shall be granted without modification or delay. Now, I heard Mr. Latta say there was still some review, but this is not, there's no review. In other words, they think that because this says if you pay the $1 million, that means that the payment of the fee is the public interest, right? So rather than review this to see whether or not it's going to raise natural gas prices or whether it has any kind of environmental implications, for the public interest, that's what the review is for. This says that you pay the $1 million, and that check is in the public interest. And therefore, you don't have to do anything, and there's no further review whatsoever. So, I can't think of anything that's more of a pay-to-play than that. It's unbelievable. Well, I'll yield back to the gentlewoman.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there any further discussion on the Republican side? The gentlelady from California is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to speak in support of this amendment.
Gentlelady's recognized.
Thank you. Given the corruption that is at play with this administration right now, there could be nothing more important than doing everything we can to stop the corruption, stop the pay and play. I mean, you're talking about an administration that came in and fired inspector generals. We've heard today that these Medicaid cuts to millions of people are about cutting waste, fraud, and abuse. Yet, the inspector general that was supposed to be overseeing the waste, fraud, and abuse at Medicaid was also fired. So, in the interest of talking about Medicaid and what's at stake, my constituent, Brian, wrote to me and said, "Dear Congresswoman, my name is Brian Gutierrez. I'm one of your constituents living with spina bifida, a lifelong disability that has shaped every part of my journey, but has not defined my potential. I'm writing to share how Medicaid has been the foundation of my survival, my independence, and my ability to thrive. For me and millions like me, Medicaid is not just a safety net. It's the reason we are alive and moving forward. From childhood through adulthood, Medicaid has covered the surgeries, specialist care, mobility equipment, and ongoing treatments that my condition requires. With Medicaid, I have access to prosthetics and leg braces that allow me to move through the world with dignity. With Medicaid, I can see the doctors and therapists who help me manage the complex and evolving nature of spina bifida. These supports don't just keep me stable, they give me the freedom to live and work and advocate and participate fully in my community. In April 2024, I was diagnosed with early-stage colorectal cancer, a terrifying moment that could have changed everything. Because of Medicaid, I received timely and expert care, including a successful endoscopy resection that helped me avoid more invasive treatment. Today, I am in remission. That outcome was only possible because I had access to specialists, procedures, and follow-up care without delay or denial. Medicaid gave me a fighting chance, and I took it. Medicaid also supports the in-home supportive services, the IHHS program, which is vital to my daily life. My mother is my primary caregiver and an IHHS worker, providing the personal care I need to remain safely and independently at home. IHHS is not just about convenience, it's about dignity, autonomy, and the ability to be part of my community instead of being isolated in an institution. Medicaid's investments in programs like IHHS strengthens families, sustains caregiving, and keeps people like me where we belong, at home and in control of our lives. This story is not mine alone. Roughly 55% of adults with spina bifida rely on Medicaid. In California, nearly 3 million people with disabilities depend on it. Medicaid is the backbone of our healthcare system and a lifeline for many with disabilities, including seniors and working-class families. But that lifeline is now under attack. The proposed Republican budget resolution includes devastating $880 billion in cuts to Medicaid, which currently operates with $650 billion in federal funding. These cuts would decimate the program, eliminating or reducing essential services, ending IHHS for countless families, forcing people out of their homes, and taking away health care from those who need it most. For many of us, these cuts are not abstract numbers. They are the difference between stability and crisis, between life and death. I'm healthy today because Medicaid stood by me. I'm thriving because I've had consistent, reliable access to the care I need. Medicaid makes independence possible. It makes survival possible. It makes dignity possible. Any threat to Medicaid is a threat to our lives. Thank you for your time and your leadership. Sincerely, Brian Gutierrez, constituent, spina bifida advocate, and Medicaid recipient. And again, how is this related to the amendment? Well, inspector generals can help save money. Inspector generals can help get out the waste, the fraud, and the abuse. If my colleagues cared about that so much, they would have spoken up when the inspector general that oversees Medicaid was fired. With that, I yield back.
Thank you. Just to remind the committee, I understand at the end you made a connection to the underlying amendment, but the the subject to the bill or the amendment is what we're debating today. So I'll remind the committee of that. The,
Mr. Chairman, I believe that it's directly related. It was about inspector generals and about cutting waste, fraud, and abuse. And I think that there is a relationship with corruption and pay to play with what's in the bill.
Thank you. So the chair will now recognize, was it the gentlelady from Texas? What, any Republican side? So the gentlelady from Texas is recognized for 5 minutes on the amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And I have a couple of questions about the amendment, so I hope that somebody will be able to help me out. But I guess let me preface my questions by saying that I saw these provisions, obviously like many other people, for the first time in the last 36 hours. And I think everybody in here knows I support permitting reform. I have supported permitting reform. It is critically important to people in my community in Houston. And we've been talking about permitting reform for years. I just double-checked with Mr. Peters. This is the first, he's been working on it tirelessly. I feel like every hearing we have, Mr. Peters says we need to do permitting reform, and I'm right behind him. This is the first time I've ever heard you can just pay $10 million and get a permit. You can just pay $1 million and get a permit. You can just pay all this money and you'll be deemed acceptable. This is not a proposal we've been talking about, and frankly, it's pretty surprising to me. Now, I think we should do our job and do permitting reform, and there are a lot of great ideas that we need to be exploring. I think everybody here, hopefully by now, knows I also support LNG exports, and in fact, I've had a bill for the last 2 Congresses to deem in our national interest to export LNG to our NATO allies and to Ukraine. I have begged this committee to take that bill up because I think it is critically important. And I took issue with the time of the review in the last administration because I thought that that was in our national interest. And I continue to think that supporting Ukraine and our NATO allies through exporting US LNG is a very good idea. So I'm just surprised to see all these provisions in the bill, and so I want to know if maybe council can clear up the question from the earlier set of questions about whether what I read in the summary from the memorandum from the majority says that once the fee is paid under section 41002, upon the application and collection of the fee, the Secretary of Energy shall deem the application in the public interest for national gas exports. I support natural gas exports, but is that in fact the case, that there is no other review? Is that also the case with the other pipeline permitting, that you just pay the fee and that's it? Can council answer that question?
Yeah, Congresswoman, I think it's following FERC review for both of those provisions.
So it's not automatically deemed in the public interest as defined in the majority memo here?
Well, it depends on which, the public interest is for a Department of Energy determination, and then FERC would continue to review the normal NEPA review and environmental reviews for any construction associated with the project.
Okay, so the payment of the $1 million deems the application in the public interest at DOE. That's the extent of their review according to this amendment.
Yeah, under the natural, yes, and then it would go over to FERC for the normal FERC process.
So if you paid $1 million to, say, export natural gas
To a non-free trade.
Right, to a non-free trade country like Iran, you just pay $1 million, it's in the national interest. Or China, right? I mean, that's, you pay the fee and it's deemed in the national interest.
I think there's some limits with sanction. If there's sanctions, it wouldn't apply.
Is that in the bill text?
Pardon me? No, that's current law. I'm sorry, Congressman. Yes, that's current law.
And where is that covered in the bill text?
This does not affect the current law. This is just providing for the natural gas, how it's treated under the Natural Gas Act under Section 3.
Okay, well, I think there's still, because this proposal that's shown up in the last 36 hours has kind of come out of left field, I feel like maybe we need to get to the bottom of some of these questions about what, in fact, it means to pay this, and this is why this amendment is a good idea, to make sure that we really vet this and understand it. The other question I have for council is, in terms of the payments, the $1 million user fee, the $10 million user fee, are there provisions included for how these fees can be paid? Could, for example, can you pay these with Trump coin? I mean, yeah.
I think it would be how fees are paid now under current applications.
Okay, so it doesn't exclude Trump coin as a form of payment?
The text doesn't make that distinction.
Okay, well, let's think about that. I see I've gone over my 5 minutes, so Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back, but I do hope that we'll continue to assess this and vote in favor of this amendment.
Thank you. Gentlelady yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none on the Republican, any on the Democrat? Gentleman from California, you're recognized for 5 minutes for discussion of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It does occur to me that as an environmental lawyer, it would have been pretty easy just to say, oh, you just pay $10 million and you're over. This is going to put more lawyers out of work than AI, I think. Anyway, with that, I'd like to yield to the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Ocasio-Cortez.
Thank you. I just want us to be clear about the provision ahead of us, in front of us right now. There are plenty of things that seek permitting, that need a permit, whether it's solar energy, wind energy, gas, oil. If you want to construct something big, you need to go through a process of review to seek a permit. This bill says to oil and gas, to fossil fuel companies and fossil fuel companies only, you can pay money when healthcare experts, environmental experts are saying, if you place a pipeline here through this community, people will get cancer, people could get reproductive cancers, people could be poisoned, people could be exposed to mercury, lead, there could be grave health and environmental factors, and an oil and gas company can pay $10 million to waive all of that away to be deemed, quote, in the public interest. Even if that pipeline is not shown to increase, to lower energy costs, even if that pipeline is shown to increase health or environmental risk factors. And what this amendment does, the only thing this amendment is asking us to do is to say, can the Inspector General, the watchdog of the Department of Energy, certify that corruption risks are not increasing to jeopardize the integrity of the permitting process. This amendment isn't even changing that underlying very disturbing provision. This is saying, can we certify that there's not a risk of corruption here? And I am finding that the opposition to this is not really being stated. Additionally, I think also to the ranking member's point, in just the fact of paying $10 million makes it automatically in the public interest alone. And what happens when that $10 million in the public interest then starts to run up against real environmental health and other risk factors? Which public interest prevails? The check? And I want to, I'm interested in the ranking member's thoughts in reading these provisions on the bill, so I'm happy to yield to you if you have any thoughts on that, Mr. Palone.
Well, it literally says, I mean, I've never heard anything like it, it's so outrageous, that the non-refundable charge shall be deemed in the public interest. So I don't know how you can read that other than to say that actually paying the fee satisfies the public interest criteria. So I've never seen that in any piece of legislation in my life where, in other words, what they're saying is it's in the public interest for you to pay. It's in the public interest for you to give us $1 million.
So-
That's the public interest.
So will the ranking member yield back? So we're hearing here right now that this bill has carved out a specific industry, not anyone seeking permitting reform, a specific industry, just oil and gas, to just pay to bypass all of the guardrails, all of the safety, all of any of the rules and guidelines to cite anything responsibly. And you can just pay money to bypass any concerns around around health risks, and for some reason, there's no corruption risk there? I mean, I spent 6 years on the oversight committee taking on corporate corruption, taking on governmental corruption, including on a bipartisan basis. I too have never seen anything like this, ever. I sat on the Natural Resources Committee, saw and heard testimony from tons of people, whether it's from mining, whether it's from any other kinds of exposures, kids with developmental disabilities that can never be recovered. And all we are asking for is a certification that risks of corruption will not increase from the Inspector General under the Trump administration's own Department of Energy. That's the only thing that's up here today. Thank you, and I yield back.
I yield back.
Mr. Chair.
Gentleman from California yields back. Is there further discussion on the Republican side? Seeing none on the Democrat side? Gentlelady from Massachusetts is recognized to speak on the amendment.
I yield to the Congresswoman from Texas.
Thank you so much for yielding. And I just have a follow-up because as my colleague from New York was talking, I thought, well, I represent a lot of people who work in this business. And to me, it also feels like it could be a shakedown of the people in that business. Everyone around here talks about how much money they have. So we'll just make them pay a lot more to get consideration of their permit. If you don't pay the fee, you're in trouble. Well, that's not fair to folks either. So I think it's really important. I also think for my friends on the other side of the aisle, we should easily agree that we can certify, that we should vote for this amendment, make sure that we have vetted this concept thoroughly so that it doesn't hurt our constituents across the board in every state. And I also think that this is such a risky proposal. You know this is headed to the courts. You know there's huge litigation risk here. And so I don't know that anybody's going to take advantage of this anyway. I don't know anybody asking for this sort of system, but certainly to me, in the opposite, I mean, on the other side, it kind of feels like a shakedown of the folks who do this work. And you shouldn't have to pay $10 million to get a permit when it is in our national interest. You shouldn't have to pay $1 million to get your permits reviewed. And I think that, you know, there's more than one way to look at this, and I think it's really important that we make sure that we are not penalizing people who are participants throughout this, throughout the industry. And I think that it's important that we make sure for the American people that there is no risk of corruption here. It's certainly coming up in this way for the first time raises a lot of red flags that I think should give everybody on both sides of the aisle on this committee pause before moving forward to put in this legislation. And with that, I will yield back to the gentlewoman from Massachusetts.
I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Yeah, I move to strike the last word.
The gentleman's recognized.
Just a question for counsel. In reading this or putting it together, appreciating the fact that somebody's going to spend $10 million to get something that they wouldn't otherwise get. Can you confirm that the language is written in a way that there is no risk of corruption?
I don't think that's, I think that's a policy judgment for the members.
So there is a policy question here. Is that fair to say? This is a policy question?
Well,
that is a policy question, not for council to answer.
So we are debating a policy question?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. I yield back.
Chairman.
Mr. Carter is recognized.
I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Counsel, can I ask you a question, sir?
yes, yes, sir.
Presumably, a person pays this enormous fee, $10 million, whatever it is, so they can bypass permitting, correct?
That is not correct, sir.
What is correct?
So under the language, the fee is paid, and in the application, there's two steps. The application is deemed in the public interest for the purposes of export, and then the process begins for FERC to review the construction of the facility and everything associated with the facility and the actual operation of the facility. That is where environmental and other considerations come in, and this does not affect that.
So is this not giving an unfair advantage to those who can afford to pay $10 million versus those who can't? Because it sounds like if you have enough money, you can bypass the rules and pay to play. That doesn't sound like a leveled playing field to me. So help me understand what happens to the person that can, let me answer the question. You're doing all kind of facial gestures.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to read this too.
Okay.
Tom, I'm sorry, sir.
The person that can stroke a check for 10 million versus the person who can't. Why is that fair? Just because this person has more money?
That is not a technical question
It's not a technical question?
that the council needs to address.
I think it's technical. Why is it? I'm trying to determine the difference between someone who can pay 10 million and someone who can't, and that's pretty technical as far as I'm concerned. I want to know if operator A has 10 and operator B doesn't, but they have the same widgets, why are they not being treated equally?
The way that the text is written is the secretary shall, by rule, impose and collect for each application to export natural gas from the United States to a foreign country, which there is not in effect a free trade agreement requiring national treatment for the trade in natural gas, et cetera, shall then be deemed in the public
What's
interest.
et cetera, et
So
cetera?
any applicant to a non-free trade, for an export to a non-free trade company will pay the fee.
So this
That's it.
amendment merely says that we want to have the Trump administrations, not some nefarious or some make-believe person, but an inspector general that works for this administration. You know, we talk a lot about waste, fraud, abuse, and making sure that we have provisions to root them out, to make sure these things are not being done in a nefarious way. This amendment merely says, let's put a belt and suspenders to make sure that we're checking those boxes. Your smirk is really, it's a little distracting because I'm asking you a legitimate question and you're smirking.
I'm not certain.
Okay, I'm sorry. I interpreted it as a smirk. So if it wasn't a smirk, so be it. So help me understand people that are relying on, as it's been mentioned over and over again, these issues of environmental. Listen, I'm from Louisiana. I understand the importance of oil exploration. I also understand that we should reform our permitting, but we should not do so in a way that it feels like a pay to play. If you can write a big check, you can expedite. So what's the difference, I'll go again, between the person who can and the person who can't? Just a check?
I can refer you to the text of the provisions, sir.
I've read the text, and we're all speaking and asking questions that presumably you are equipped to answer, and this amendment is being rejected, and I still have not found the basis of why. Some will say it's not necessary because we already have X and Y. Well, why would a belt, suspenders, and a safety net not be appropriate to protect the American people?
Sir, I think that's a policy question for the members to discuss.
All right, I yield.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you. Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
You know, I think we can end with the pearl clutching. What we're talking about is a user fee. We all seem to be comfortable with user fees when it comes to the FDA. That's all this is. There are no laws being changed, no policies being changed. All of the laws that still govern permitting must be followed. That's all that's happening here. And I keep hearing the word corruption. Now, depending on how you mean the word corruption and how this somehow opens the door for more of it, I'm not sure. But I might remind everyone that there's already laws preventing corruption, however you mean that word. There's no reason that those laws would be changed, given this new user fee. I would also point out the hypocrisy from many of my colleagues talking about money just being thrown out the door. Last time we went through this exercise of reconciliation of the Inflation Reduction Act, hundreds of billions of dollars went to third-party NGOs, which supposedly doled out that money to clean energy projects. Money we'll never really know where it went. And the Inspector General from the EPA sat in front of this committee and told us he had no way of knowing where that was going. That Sounds a lot to me like corruption. Maybe that's what we should be investigating. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentlelady from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
So let's be clear, this is not a user fee. Because when you pay a user fee, you still have to go through all of the regulatory approvals required for your project. That's not what the bill does. Reading the majority's memo, in section 41002, it says, notwithstanding any requirements or statutory obligations under federal and state law, including citing, environmental and safety reviews, and permitting, section 41002 requires an application for a certificate of crossing to include a $50,000 payment and directs FERC to issue the certificate. When you read the actual text of the bill, it says, on page 4, line 11, the commission shall, upon payment of the fee in the amount of $50,000 by a person requesting a certificate of crossing, issue such certificate. So let's be clear, that's not a user fee. That is, you pay $50,000, you get your permit, period. Notwithstanding any provision of federal or state law. So you're also saying, like, that's not a user fee, okay? That is, we are cutting out, and this isn't even permitting reform. This is, you pay $50,000, you get your FERC permit for this particular project. No if, and, or but, that is not ambiguous. That is clear as crystal, which is not the definition of a user fee, which is not even permitting reform, other than to say, if you got the money, you get it. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm a little disappointed in my colleagues on the other side of the aisle for not actually reading the Natural Gas Act. Y'all know better. You know, when you read the Natural Gas Act, that, let's just talk about the permitting review first off. It doesn't skip a permitting review. Y'all know this. There's no skipping of this. LNG export applications will still go through, and they will always go through a rigorous process through FERC. And Section 3 of the Natural Gas Act is very explicit on this. So it is false when you say that it's not going to go through a process. It does. It will go through a process. It will always go through a process. That's current law. So this argument that it's not going to go through is completely false. The FERC process includes a rigorous environmental review, including NEPA. That will still be adhered to. So once again, we've got, for everybody in the audience out here, lies about this process.
Objection, objection. He used the word lies again. It's a double standard.
These are
Thank you,
falsehoods.
Mr. Chairman. Move to take his
These are
words down.
complete
I'm going to
falsehoods
move to take his words down.
that are not true.
Mr. Chairman, I think you should gavel
Ma'am,
him
you're
down.
not recognized. Ma'am, you're not recognized.
I would like to take his words down. You set out the rules not to use that word.
Bring back the
We on the
chairman.
Democratic side
Bring
didn't
back
do
the
it.
chairman. This man just violated what the chairman
You were not
told
following
you.
the rules of the chair, Mr. Chairman.
Bring back the chairman.
Move to strike and
Bring
take
back
down
the
his
chairman.
words.
Mr. Chairman.
We're going to suspend.
Mr. Chairman, can I just ask something?
Yes.
We had a sort of unwritten agreement, but no one was going to use the word lie. So if we could just continue with that. I know Mr. August maybe wasn't here when that happened. Well, what I'm asking you is that rather than take down words, we just agree that from now on, we're not going to use the word lie. I don't know if August was here when we agreed to that, but that was the agreement, that we would not use the word lie anymore during the markup. So if that's okay with everyone, let's just continue. No more use of the word lie.
Mr. Chairman, can we agree to tell the truth today?
You can use disdain, just not use the word lie. That was the agreement. All right. If you don't want to go by the agreement, then we're going to have to go back to taking down the
The
words.
gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you. Let's talk about the public interest. Let's talk about what's in the public interest. Because again, if you read the Natural Gas Act, Section 3 is very explicit in the public interest. And it assumes that if you're not on a terror watch list, that if you're not Iran, Russia, Venezuela, or one of the countries that has been deemed to not be in the public interest, that it assumes that the Secretary of Energy will automatically approve the export of LNG to non-FTA countries. That's already the assumption. And what we saw in the last 4 years was that there was only one administration who didn't think it was in the public interest, which is why LNG exports were paused. Only one administration in the history of the Natural Gas Act without explanation that paused LNG exports. So it is disappointing to see that we're not actually dealing in facts, because the Natural Gas Act is very explicit on both the ability to permit with a user fee as well as being in the public interest. Mr. Chairman, I hope that we will deal in truth.
Will the gentleman yield for a question?
Sure.
I'm curious as to hearing everything that you've put forward. Why is it, and what is the rationale, if there's support for what you all would deem a user fee, et cetera, why only single out oil and gas companies to have access?
I think I'm the wrong person to ask it. You can ask the chairman on that
Well,
question. But
we're all voting on the bill. I presume you'd be supportive. I presume you support the provision.
I'll take my time back. To have a germane conversation and debate on this particular issue, I wanted to address 2 points, and that was the public interest, and that was also on how the process works to be permitted. So I'm sure that we will get into that debate. And by the way, to the gentlelady from New York, I'd like to invite you to come and see West Texas.
I love West Texas. I'd be happy to go.
Come see how safe this process is. Come see how environmentally secure it is. There are members on your side of the aisle who have come and seen it. I want to invite you to come out there and see what's happening that I think would alleviate a lot of these concerns. And on the issue of corruption, I associate myself with my colleague from Texas, Mr. Crenshaw, on the fact that this is a process that is taking in revenue to the federal government with something that is already deemed to be in the public interest in a process that will go through the full environmental review in a way that will be expeditious and will add more money to the Treasury. I'm glad that my side of the aisle has thought of this, and I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to yield my time to the gentlewoman from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to ask council a question. Did you write the majority memorandum for this markup?
I mean, as staff, I did contribute to the memorandum.
Okay. Well, as counsel, you can't answer this. What does notwithstanding any requirements or statutory obligations under federal and state law mean? When a court,
Can you identify which page number you're referencing?
I am on page 2 of the majority memorandum. I'm sorry, page 3. Under section 41002, the very first sentence says, notwithstanding any requirements or statutory obligation under federal and state law. Is it the interpretation, I don't know if you wrote this part, and if you're not the right person to answer this question, then please point me to the right person. But is it the understanding of the person that wrote that sentence that it is accurate?
Ma'am, maybe go to the legislative text
Okay,
instead.
let's do that. On page 4, line 11, the commission shall. What does shall mean?
It shall collect a fee.
And if a statute of Congress passed says shall, then doesn't that mean, as the memo says, notwithstanding any other requirements, shall will happen once you do what the statute says? Once you pay the fee, the commission shall issue the certificate. Doesn't that mean notwithstanding any requirement or statutory obligation under federal and state law?
I think we'll refer to what the statutory text says. So the commission shall, upon payment of a fee in the amount of $50,000 by a person requesting a certificate of crossing, issue to such person such certificate of crossing.
So do you disagree with what the majority memorandum says Section 41002 will do based on the statutory text?
I just stick to the text. I don't want to comment on the memorandum.
Okay, well, I got a law degree from the University of Virginia that I paid a whole lot of money for, and it is my interpretation that this is accurate. Shall mean shall, and notwithstanding any requirement or statutory obligation under federal or state law means exactly that, and that is how a court will interpret it, no matter what my non-lawyer colleagues on the other side of the aisle think. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields.
Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. If there's no further discussion, the vote occurs on the amendment. The gentleman requests a recorded vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Latta. No. Mr. Latta votes no. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes no. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes no. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Hudson votes no. Mr. Carter of Georgia. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Dunn votes no. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Crenshaw votes no. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes no. Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber votes no. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes no. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes no. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes no. Mr. Pfluger. Mr. Pfluger votes no. Mrs. Harshbarger. Mrs. Harshbarger votes no. Mrs. Miller-Meeks. Mrs. Miller-Meeks votes no. Mrs. Kamick. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. Obernolte votes no. Mr. James. Mr. James votes no. Mr. Bentz. Mr. Bentz votes no. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes no. Mr. Fry. Mr. Fry votes no. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy votes no. Mr. Kane. Mr. Ruley. Mr. Ruley votes no. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans votes no. Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman votes no. Mrs. Fedorchak. Mrs. Fedorchak votes no. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes aye. Ms. DeGette. Ms. DeGette votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Tonko.
I shall vote yes.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark? Aye. Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Ruiz? Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters? Mr. Peters votes aye. Mrs. Dingle? Mrs. Dingle votes aye. Mr. Veazey? Mr. Veazey votes aye. Ms. Kelly? Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Barragan? Ms. Barragan votes aye. Mr. Soto? Mr. Soto votes aye. Ms. Schreier? Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Strahan? Ms. Strahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher? Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez? Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss? Mr. Auchincloss votes aye. Mr. Carter of Louisiana? Mr. Carter of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Menendez? Mr. Menendez votes aye. Mr. Mullen? Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Landsman? Mr. Landsman votes aye. Ms. McClellan? Ms. McClellan votes aye.
How is Mr. Carter recorded?
Chairman Guthrie? Chairman Guthrie votes no.
How is Mr. Carter recorded?
Mr. Carter of Georgia is not recorded.
How is Mr.
Mr.
Palmer
Carter of
recorded?
Georgia votes no. Mr. Palmer is not recorded. Mr. Palmer votes no.
Does anyone else seek to be recognized, to be recorded? The clerk will report the result.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 24 ayes and 28 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Are there any further amendments?
Mr. Auchincloss has an amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, could the gentleman please specify his amendment?
Sorry, energy_14 UK 301.
Mr. Chairman, could the gentleman please repeat that?
Sorry, 14 UK 301.
Amendment offered by Mr. Auchincloss. At the appropriate place, insert the following section protecting American
Without
families.
objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, may I have reserve an objection?
Gentleman reserves. Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment would prevent this act from taking effect until the administration returns the tariff levels on energy products to their levels on January 19th of this year. This week's tariff announcements shouldn't fool anyone. President Trump creates uncertainty and havoc by raising tariffs and then claims victory when he lowers the tariffs that he himself put in place. All this does is extend uncertainty for another 90 days. First, there were no tariffs on energy. Then, the president slapped a 25% tariff on Canada and Mexico. Then we decided, oh wait, it should be 10%. Then actually we decided to comply with our trade agreement with them, so energy tariffs with them were at 0. But wait, now we put reciprocal tariffs with rates varying for every country on the entire world. So nobody knew what the energy tariffs were. And then there was the 25% tariff on top of all that for steel and aluminum. It got so disastrous for business that the grid operators from New England and New York had to file emergency petitions at FERC because they weren't sure if there even was a tariff on Canadian electricity, and if so, how much it was and whose responsibility it was to collect it. We've heard repeatedly from our Republican colleagues that American, quote, energy dominance is the goal of this administration, and that this committee is pursuing an all-of-the-above energy strategy. But it's all talk. This administration's actions, whether increasing prices for American consumers through tariffs or proposing a bill like the one we are considering today, will have the opposite effect: American energy scarcity and dependence. Tariffs on key components for new energy construction like steel is chilling investment in new projects. We will not be able to meet future rising demand from electrification and AI data centers if we cripple our ability to build out energy generation and transmission. The policies in this bill, like gutting the Loan Programs Office that has, as of last September, financed a $44 billion portfolio of energy projects and advanced technology manufacturing facilities, will further raise prices for consumers and limit our ability to build out nuclear, geothermal, and other sources of energy to meet future demand. We cannot have energy dominance when tariffs combined with these policies are going to accelerate rising energy costs and utility bills for our constituents. Industry needs certainty and predictability to make the kinds of long-term investments the energy sector requires. What are they getting instead? In the words of one business owner, quote, "I have never felt more uncertainty about our business in my entire 40-plus year career." That was the owner of an energy company whose survey responses were published by the Federal Reserve Bank of Dallas in late March. Another one wrote, quote, "This is not energy dominance." Returning tariffs to January 19th levels will lower the cost of energy inputs, lower energy costs to consumers, and provide the market stability necessary to invest in a true all-of-the-above energy strategy, not one where the administration and congressional Republicans are picking winners and losers. Congress can put a stop to this reckless economic policy whenever Speaker Johnson decides to stand up for our Article I responsibilities. He has shown no interest in doing so and actually has actively sought to silence debate on the issue. And so this committee must take action. If you want lower energy prices, this amendment is for you. If you want more investment in American energy, this amendment is for you. If you want us to be able to beat China in the AI race, this amendment is for you. The only reason you should oppose this amendment is if you don't want any of those things. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and strike the last word.
So recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this amendment adds a new section relating to tariffs. This is not pertinent to the underlying purpose of this legislation, and I therefore urge the rejection of the amendment.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
recognized.
I'd like to officially welcome Katie Corcoran and her son Connor. They traveled all the way from Louisiana to Washington, D.C. to be with us here today in this committee room. They braved great odds to travel, to be here, to leave their lives in Louisiana. They're here because they're proof that Medicaid means life. When Connor was first diagnosed, his physicians warned his parents that his life was extremely fragile and that there was a high chance he would not survive childhood. He was blind, developmentally delayed, had poor muscle tone, was fed through a tube, had numerous types of seizures every day, had an underdeveloped pituitary gland and needed hormone replacement medications, had an immune deficiency disorder and was nonverbal. Medicaid funding and waivers like the New Opportunities Waiver now grants that Connor received in Louisiana have been and continue to be the lifeline for him and his family. It provides him with the quality, tailored care that he needs at home 24/7 and in his community. I invited Kater and Connor and their family to DC because America needs to know what and when you talk about cutting Medicaid funding, who you're hurting. The faces, the real people, not just names on paper, but real people. You're hurting your neighbors, the people you go to church with, the people you shop with. You could be hurting your own future family members. It is but by the grace of God that this could have been any of us. It could have been any of us. Just so happened it's the Corcorans. These cuts aren't just numbers. We're all one birth away from our own Connor. These are policy decisions that will have life-altering consequences for families like Connor and Katie's. When you take away theirs and millions of others Medicaid away tonight in this committee, when we do this, when everyone's gone home late at night, remember, the people that are here now and the people that have gone back home are the ones that you're hurting. I urge you to please take a long look. Look at these individuals, look at their families, look into their stories, and don't simply tell them, go home, it's gonna be fine, this is not gonna impact you. When we know that there's no way that we're gonna come up with $715 million and it's not gonna hurt everyday Americans, yes, it will. And we owe it to them to look in their faces and tell them the truth. That's what we're attempting to do. God bless you for your incredible advocacy. Thank you for braving the time and the challenge of moving with your entire family to be here. Coy, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for supporting your family. We will continue to work on your behalf. And I urge all my members to imprint in their faces, in their brains, young Connor. And remember, he's not able to fight for himself, but we are able to fight for him. God bless you, now you back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
So recognized.
You know, one of the things that I wanted to bring light to and talk a lot about this tariff deal is the small businesses, because no one's really talking about the small businesses when it comes to these tariffs. There's been a lot of talk about how much this is going to cost car manufacturers and big ag and other people, but no one's really talking about the small business owner. And there was one gentleman that was featured in the Wall Street Journal that said that he was going to have to pay a $9,000 fee for a $5,500 order. There have been small businesses that have employed 5 people and they've had to lay off 1. Businesses that have employed 20 people and they've had to lay off 3 or 4. Businesses saying they're not going to be able to get merchandise in. And it's going to really put a strain on them, and it's going to be hard on them, and it's going to put a lot of downward pressure on the economy. And I want it to be clear. This is about protecting American consumers, the Auchincloss amendment that I'm talking on here, and ensuring that the bill does not worsen the burden they're already feeling from high energy costs. If this legislation is truly about affordability, then it cannot ignore the reality that tariffs, especially those imposed without coordination or strategic rationale, can raise prices on everything from natural gas to solar panels to the critical minerals we need for energy technologies and for national defense. This amendment ensures that we're not handing out giveaways or pushing regulatory changes at the expense of American families, all while tariffs and Liberation Day, also known as Liquidation Day, quietly drives up cost. We need a baseline level of economic honesty here. If we're going to overhaul parts of our energy system, let's at least ensure we're not doing it under artificial price distortions that make it cost to real Americans. This is absolutely not about partisanship. It's about accountability and economic realism. If Republicans want to argue that their energy provisions are good for consumers, then they should not have a problem making sure that those policies don't kick in while import tariffs are artificially inflating prices. Let's help these small business owners out that are really taking it to the teeth, man. They are hurting. I urge my colleagues to make sure that this common sense amendment passes. Let's make sure that this bill does what it claims and doesn't become another backdoor subsidy scheme while families in Texas and across the country foot the bill during the chaos caused by these tariffs. Thank you, Mr. I yield. I'd like to yield time to Mr. Carter from the.
Thank you, Mr. Veazey. In my haste in introducing the Cochrans, I did not recognize Cooper, the big brother who's here to support his brother, or little brother, big brother, little brother. Little brother here to support his big brother along with the family. Cooper, thank you for your being here as well. Thank you. I yield.
Mr. Chairman, I yield back to balance.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What we're seeing here today is a travesty. Republicans ran on inflation. They promised to bring down costs for American families, but now, once in office, they're pushing policies that will do the exact opposite, policies that will raise the cost of living for working Americans across the country. It's wrong, it's obscene, and it's a slap in the face to the families we're here to serve. An estimate just last month found that Trump's tariffs would cost the average household nearly $5,000 every single year. That's not a rounding error. That's groceries, utility bills, gas in the tank, medication for a child with asthma. That's $5,000 a year taken straight out of a working-class family's pocket. And you want to talk about unpredictability? These tariffs are completely chaotic. As my colleague, Mr. Auchincloss, pointed out, one day they're on, the next they're off. One product is hit, another isn't. You've got some energy imports exempt from tariffs under USMCA, others slapped with a 10% rate, and the rest subject to whatever so-called reciprocal rate another country decides. On top of that, we're talking about a blanket 25% tariff on steel and aluminum, key inputs for nearly every single clean energy project in the country. This isn't strategy, it's whiplash economic policy. It's confusing, and it's a green light for corporations to jack up prices, whether tariffs are in effect or not. That's what happens when you create uncertainty. Corporations hedge their bets. And guess who pays the price? The consumer, working families, every time. And what does this mean in practice? It means gas prices go up, electricity bills go up, the cost of heating and cooling in your homes goes up. That's not theory, that's reality. It's especially real in places like my district in the desert, where utility bills already stretch family budgets thin and extreme heat is a matter of life and death. This bill doesn't fix the problem, it makes it worse. It adds more instability to an already volatile situation, and it does it at the expense of American families. And while our Republican colleagues are doubling down on tariffs that make life more expensive, they're also gutting the very programs that would help bring costs down and build a stronger, more resilient economy. Programs that actually put America first, that create jobs, that move us toward energy independence. Let's talk about one of those programs, the Department of Energy Loans Programs Office, the LPO. This is a smart strategic investment in American workers, American innovation, and American energy. Since its founding, the LPO has supported over $38 billion in loans. It helped create more than 70,000 jobs and backed transformative projects like Tesla's first electric vehicle factory and Ford's advanced battery facilities. These are jobs that stay in America. These are technologies that keep us competitive on the global stage. In my district, in the Imperial County, the LPO is playing a key role in turning the region into Lithium Valley. This region sits atop of the 5th largest known lithium reserve in the world, and the LPO is helping unlock that potential, not with fossil fuels or pollution, but with cutting-edge clean energy technologies. This is about more than just the economy in my district. It's about national security. It's about positioning the U.S. as a global leader in the battery supply chain, ensuring the batteries that power our electrical vehicles and store our renewable energy are made right here at home. We are reducing our dependence on foreign adversaries like China. We are building the infrastructure for the clean energy economy of the future, and we're doing it with American workers, American resources, and American ingenuity. That's what America First should mean. But instead of doubling down on programs like the LPO, Republicans are trying to defund them. And if they succeed, we risk losing over $80 billion in pending clean energy projects across the country. These are projects that create jobs, that stabilize our energy grid, that reduce costs in the long term, that help rural communities like those in Imperial County work to build a clean energy economy with dignity and opportunity. Let's be clear, cutting this funding doesn't just stop progress, it sends a message that we're stepping back, that we're ceding leadership to others like China. And that's not something I'm willing to accept for my district, for California, or for this country. So I strongly support Mr. Auchincloss's amendment because we need transparency. We need consistency. We need economic policies that work for American families, not against them. Let's stop playing the political games with tariffs that are hurting people. Let's invest in our future, in clean energy and innovation, in job creation. Let's make Lithium Valley the beating heart of America's energy future and ensure that promises we make to our constituents are promises we keep. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. If there is no further discussion, the vote occurs on the amendment. The gentleman, the ranking member, requests a recorded vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Latta? No. Mr. Latta votes no. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith votes no. Mr. Bilirakis? Mr. Bilirakis votes no. Mr. Hudson? Mr. Hudson votes no. Mr. Carter of Georgia? Mr. Carter of Georgia votes no. Mr. Palmer? Mr. Dunn? Mr. Dunn votes no. Mr. Palmer votes no. Mr. Crenshaw? Mr. Crenshaw votes no. Mr. Joyce? Mr. Joyce votes no. Mr. Weber? Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes no. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes no. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes no. Mr. Pfluger. Mr. Pfluger votes no. Mrs. Harshbarger. Mrs. Harshbarger. Mrs. Harshbarger votes no. Mrs. Miller Meeks. Mrs. Kamick. Mrs. Kamick votes no. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. Obernolte votes no. Mr. James. Mr. James votes no. Mr. Benz. Mr. Benz votes no. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes no. Mr. Fry. Mr. Fry votes no. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy votes no. Mr. Kane. Mr. Rulli. Mr. Rulli votes no. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans votes no. Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman votes no. Mrs. Fedorchak. Mrs. Fedorchak votes no. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes aye. Ms. DeGette. Ms. DeGette votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Tonko.
Aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes aye. Mrs. Dingle. Mrs. Dingle votes aye. Mr. Veazey. Mr. Veazey votes aye. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Barragan. Ms. Barragan votes aye. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes aye. Ms. Schreier. Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Trahan. Ms. Trahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher. Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss. Mr. Auchincloss votes aye. Mr. Carter of Louisiana. Mr. Carter of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez votes aye. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Landsman. Mr. Landsman votes aye. Ms. McClellan. Ms. McClellan votes aye. Chairman Guthrie. Chairman Guthrie votes no.
Is Mr. Weber recorded?
Mr. Weber is not recorded.
How is
Mr.
Dr.
Weber
Miller
votes
Meeks
no.
recorded?
Dr. Miller Meeks is not recorded. Ms. Miller Meeks votes no.
Is there anyone else who wishes to be recognized to vote? The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 24 ayes and 29 noes.
The noes have it. The motion is not agreed to. Are there any other amendments?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk. ENVGN 3. Sorry.
Would the
next
gentleman
time.
repeat
I
that?
apologize. Next time, I apologize.
He's got the wrong time. You can go to this time.
I move that the committee do now approve and agree to transmit to the House Committee on the Budget, Subtitle A, Budget Reconciliation, Legislative Recommendations Relating to Energy. A roll call vote has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Latta. Aye. Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Carter of Georgia, Mr. Palmer, Mr. Dunn. Mr. Dunn votes aye. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Crenshaw votes aye. Mr. Joyce.
Aye.
Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber votes aye. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Pfluger. Mr. Pfluger votes aye. Mrs. Harshbarger. Mrs. Miller Meeks. Mrs. Miller Meeks votes aye. Mrs. Kamick. Mrs. Kamick votes aye. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Mr. James. Mr. James votes aye. Mr. Bentz. Mr. Bentz votes aye. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Fry. Mr. Fry votes aye. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee votes aye. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy votes aye. Mr. Kane. Mr. Rulli. Mr. Rulli votes aye. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans votes aye. Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman votes aye. Mrs. Fedorchak. Mrs. Fedorchak votes aye. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes no. Ms. DeGette. Ms. DeGette votes no. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes no. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes no. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes no. Mr. Tonko.
No.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Ruiz votes no. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes no. Mrs. Dingle. Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Veazey. Mr. Veazey votes no. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Kelly votes no. Ms. Barragan. Ms. Barragan votes no. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes no. Ms. Schreier. Ms. Schreier votes no. Ms. Trahan. Ms. Trahan votes no. Ms. Fletcher. Ms. Fletcher votes no. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes no. Mr. Auchincloss. Mr. Auchincloss votes no. Mr. Carter of Louisiana.
No.
Mr. Carter of Louisiana votes no. Mr. Menendez.
Nope.
Mr. Menendez votes no. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen votes no. Mr. Landsman. Mr. Landsman votes no. Ms. McClellan. Ms. McClellan votes no. Chairman Guthrie. Chairman Guthrie votes aye.
How is Mr. Carter of Georgia recorded?
Mr. Carter of Georgia is not recorded. Mr. Carter of Georgia votes aye.
How is Mr. Palmer recorded?
Mr. Palmer is not recorded. Mr. Palmer votes aye.
How is Dr. Harshbarger recorded?
Mrs. Harshbarger is not recorded. Mrs. Harshbarger votes aye.
Is there anyone else who wishes to be recognized to vote? The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 29 ayes and 24 noes.
The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The chair calls up Committee Print Subtitle B, Environment, and asks the clerk to report.
Title IV, Energy and Commerce. Subtitle B,
Without
Environment.
objection, the reading of the committee print is dispensed with, and the committee print will be open for amendment at any point so ordered. Is there discussion or amendments to Subtitle B? For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, to strike the last word on the subtitle.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Subtitle B is a radical proposal that would gut critical environmental protections and programs harming the health and welfare of all Americans. This print seeks to both repeal and rescind unobligated funds for every Environmental Protection Agency program included in the Inflation Reduction Act. Republicans also propose to repeal clean vehicle standards finalized by EPA and the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, jeopardizing air quality and domestic manufacturing, giving a leg up to the fossil fuel industry. And none of this is a surprise to anybody. The bill continues the Republican political obsession with dismantling the Inflation Reduction Act. And since the law was enacted, they have targeted these climate, clean energy, and public health programs with countless sham hearings and so-called oversight activities. And they've tried to repeal, reprogram, and claw back these funds in the bill after bill, I should say, considered by the House. What's striking is that most, if not all, of the IRA funds have already been invested in communities across the country, both red and blue states, and they're working. So today, they're now attempting to undermine landmark programs that hold polluters accountable as well. And programs like the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, the Environmental Justice Block Grants, the Methane Emissions and Waste Reduction Incentive Program, the Climate Pollution Reduction Grants, the Clean Ports Program, the Clean Heavy-Duty Vehicles, including school buses. All of these now are being undermined by this committee print Section B. And when Congress passed the IRA, we made a critical and historic down payment toward a stable climate and shared economic opportunity powered by American-made clean energy because we wanted to create a clean future for all. But this bill proposes to throw that all away by eliminating the environmental protections that keep families and communities safe while doing absolutely nothing to lower energy costs. The same, I'll repeat this all night, Mr. Chairman. The fact of the matter is that Republicans promised, President Trump promised that on day one, he was going to reduce prices, make things more affordable, and there's nothing in here, everything that they do in this print and the rest of the prints tonight and the rest of the section tonight simply makes things more expensive, not more affordable. And all this is in the service of providing tax breaks for billionaires, for large corporate interests. That's why they're doing it, and I think it's outrageous. And so I urge my colleagues to oppose this section as well, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields. Does anyone seek recognition to speak on the underlying bill? Mr. Tonka is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to strike the last word.
So recognized.
Thank you. I was proud to serve as the Environment Subcommittee Chair when the historic investments being targeted today were enacted into law. They were an important down payment to reduce pollution while helping us usher in America's next great manufacturing renaissance. So I read the chairman's Wall Street Journal op-ed with great interest. And regarding the energy and environment subtitles, he suggested that this proposal is targeting the most reckless parts of the Inflation Reduction Act and that it is ending an agenda that, quote, favors wokeness over sensible policy. Well, with all due respect, this is complete nonsense. And when the American people hear about the specific funding being cut, they will agree. So maybe someone from the majority can explain which of these programs are reckless and too woke. Is it the $12 million in unobligated funds to reduce air pollution in schools? You don't need to be a climate activist crony, to use the chairman's phrase, to want to send your children to a safe and yet healthy learning environment. How about DOE money to train contractors that retrofit people's homes? Do only radical environmentalists want the people coming into their homes to work on electric wiring to be properly trained? Of course not. What about money to upgrade our ports with the latest and greatest technologies? Now we all know that thanks to President Trump's tariffs, there's a lot less activity at our ports these days, but looking long term, I know many members of this committee want to see their local ports modernized and the people that live near those ports to have less exposure to harmful air pollution. The majority is scrounging around to save $3 million for the implementation of the AIM Act, which was signed into law by President Trump with strong support from American manufacturers. $3 million is a small price to pay to make certain that American companies lead the world in next-generation refrigerant technologies, and Chinese companies aren't able to illegally dump their highly polluting products into the U.S. These are just a few examples. There are plenty more common-sense investments being targeted today that are creating American jobs and deploying new technologies that will indeed reduce pollution. And when you start to list them out, you can really see how ridiculous this proposal is. So the question becomes, if this subtitle results in the rescission of funds to reduce air pollution at schools and the other things I mentioned, why on earth would the Republicans be doing it? Well, for one, we know that these funds will be used to partially offset yet another round of tax cuts, the benefits of which will overwhelmingly go to the wealthiest. We also know the energy subtitle includes unconscionable giveaways to the fossil fuel industry that will allow them to build whatever they want, wherever they want, regardless of how many state governments have concerns, how many landowners may lose their properties, or how much environmental damage might be caused. These provisions don't exist in a vacuum. President Trump is doing everything possible to stop federal scientific efforts to further our understanding of climate change and its consequences. But burying our heads in the sand will not change the basic facts that our changing climate is already having tremendous impacts to our national security, our economy, our property values, our insurance rates, and so much more that is resulting in increasing costs for everyday Americans. History will judge us for having known so much and having done so little to mitigate the worst consequences of climate change. And future generations will save their harshest judgments for those who have actively sought to take us backwards. All so that fossil fuel executives continue to reap major profits and billionaires, get their tax cuts. Let's reject these cuts, which will result in more air pollution and public health harms at a time when Republicans are simultaneously causing nearly 14 million Americans, many of the most vulnerable Americans, to lose their health insurance. With that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, in our Environment Subcommittee, I have often said that air pollution is harming many communities. In fact, the science has shown that individuals who live in high air polluted communities live on average 10 years less than individuals who do not live in air polluted communities. Children in communities that suffer from high air pollution have higher rates of asthma. Seniors have higher rates of emergency department visits due to COPD and emphysema exacerbations due to poor air quality in their communities. And all along, we've been hearing their altruism about protecting children and seniors from these horrendous Medicaid cuts. And this is one example about how those exact same populations are going to get hurt by this bill. For example, cutting federal funding for clean air in schools will put even more children at risks. Cutting funding for air monitors will prevent school districts and others from adjusting their schedules to protect children. The science is clear. Students exposed to air pollution perform worse on tests and have lower attendance. Clean air is not just a health issue, it's an education issue and an equity issue. I have treated children in our communities struggling to breathe, missing school, and ending up in the emergency department just because of the air that they breathe every day. Programs like CalShape were making real progress, upgrading outdated ventilation systems, filtering out dust and pesticides, and giving our kids a fair shot at a healthy education. These are the programs we should be funding, not cutting. We have a duty to stand up for these children. Cutting air quality investments at schools hurts their health, their education, and their future. And we must protect and expand this funding, not eliminate it. Every child deserves to breathe clean air at school. But in Imperial County, where I represent, and the Coachella Valley, where I represent and I grew up, our students are learning in some of the most polluted air in the country. In Imperial County, over 20% of children suffer from asthma, the highest rate of childhood asthma in the state of California, more than double the national average. In some schools in the Coachella Valley, that number is as high as 1 in 4 children. My district has some of the highest asthma-related hospitalization rates in the entire state, but yet you want to rescind these fundings. You care about children, but you want to take away the fundings to help them breathe clean air. You want to take care of children, but you're causing an exacerbation of asthma in their childhood. You're ruining their ability to learn in school by taking away the programs and the fundings for them to have their air monitors and create good practices around the area to protect them from air pollution. So I support the amendment, and I urge all my colleagues, for the sake of the children in schools and their ability to learn in a healthy environment, to support that amendment as well, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentlelady from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not going to offer an amendment, but I want to just say that what this bill does is creating total chaos for the auto industry in repealing EPA's emission standards for light and medium duty vehicles and NHTSA's corporate average fuel economy standards. What the domestic auto industry needs now, more than anything, is certainty. My priority is to protect American jobs, maintain our competitive edge in automotive manufacturing, and ensure the United States leads in technology and innovation, and that we succeed our leadership to nobody. Our policies must reflect the realities on the ground, prioritize consumer choice, and offer a practical, ambitious path forward. We need harmonized emissions and fuel economy standards, and we must preserve the Inflation Reduction's the IRA's tax incentives to remain globally competitive. People can't afford vehicles these days. It's an issue. A sustainable and unified regulatory approach is crucial for supporting innovation and long-term competitiveness in a global marketplace. And we need to be the leaders in the global marketplace. To remain competitive, the U.S. must align with the global shift towards hybrids, electric vehicles, and down the road, who knows what other technology. Here's a fact. The global marketplace wants EVs, and I'll be damned if I'm going to let China beat us in that market. And if we're going to lead, we got to produce them here. At the same time, our policies must meet the needs of American consumers and workers, ensuring that the transition to cleaner vehicles supports U.S. jobs and domestic manufacturing. And we're competing with China that subsidizes its manufacturing, manipulates its currency, and uses slave labor. We need to bring all stakeholders they want to put us out of business and then take over. Well, we cannot let them do it. And it's our job as policymakers to support our domestic industry. We need to bring all the stakeholders to the table and find consensus on how to support a strong, stable auto industry that keeps the U.S. at the forefront of mobility, innovation, and advanced manufacturing, which, by the way, you also took that out, just for the record. The administration should be working with labor, manufacturers, suppliers, dealers, environmental groups, and consumers to create achievable rules that support a range of technologies. Going to remind everybody, I know some of you are young, some of us are a little more seasoned. In the 70s, this industry lost a decade of competitiveness to Japan because we weren't ready with the small car market when gas prices went up. We need to innovate, adapt, and build vehicles competitively here at home. The global marketplace demands EVs and hybrids, and stakeholders need certainty that federal regulations will remain consistent as we transition to cleaner vehicles. And my colleague talked about the asthma in California. The auto industry has become a ping pong ball for everybody, and it's not fair. To remain leaders in global auto manufacturing, we need clear and consistent government policies Policies that provide certainty, not chaos and uncertainty. This means investing in advanced manufacturing, securing domestic battery supply chains, and protecting the historic EV investments under the IRA. Repealing these standards just creates utter and total confusion. The future of the auto industry must be shaped in America and driven by American workers. I'm committed to working with everybody to make this happen, but this is not the way to do it in this bill, and I urge my colleagues to oppose repealing the EPA's emission standards and NHTSA's CAFE standards. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. The chair recognizes the ranking member.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to say we have a special Senate guest. I have to be careful because I have my senator here, but the fact that she served for many years on this committee makes her very special, more than the other senators. And that's, of course, Senator Lisa Blunt Rochester. Thank you for being here. And of course, she's concerned about Medicaid. That's why she's here. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Is there any amendments being offered to Subtitle B? Chair recognizes the gentleman from Louisiana.
Chairman, Amendment EVGN 3.
The clerk will report the amendment.
ENV.
Could you please repeat that amendment?
Yes. Amendment ENV GN 3.
Amendment offered by Mr. Carter of Louisiana. Page 8, line 1, strike, repeal, and...
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to speak in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For more than 50 years, the Environmental Protection Agency has provided grants that both protect our constituents' public health and enhance their environment. This is especially true for the Environmental Climate Justice Block Grant Program, which provides valuable funding that serves community centers, environmental rehabilitation projects, and public health revitalization initiatives that simply wouldn't be possible otherwise. These projects are providing environmental and public health benefits in Democratic and Republican districts alike. However, in this bill, Republicans ruthlessly claw back these grants and eliminate this program. For example, in my dear friend, representative who has a name just like mine, in a district in Georgia, the city of Savannah has taken years to develop the 100% Savannah Initiative, a collaborative between the city government and community members to improve public health, increase economic opportunities, and ensure access to critical HVAC services for low-income residents. This initiative is in direct response to the devastating impacts of natural disasters such as hurricanes, flooding, and extreme heat. The city of Savannah sought federal assistance and received an environmental justice grant from the EPA to provide affordable and accessible HVAC services to make sure community members would have AC on those 90-plus degree summer days that we often have in the South. This grant would have also provided critical workforce training to increase the local supply of electricians and skilled workers to uplift Savannah's economy. But Republicans are trying to get rid of this program entirely. Let me be clear. Residents in Savannah may die from dangerous heat waves without access to critical HVAC systems. All so Republicans give tax-rich people big tax breaks. We can't afford this. This is nothing new. Republicans have been attacking these grants in messaging bills, oversight hearings, and harassing letters to grant recipients for years with false claims of fraud. They're chomping at the bit to steal the funds from poor communities to line the pockets of big money donors. They're stealing people's health care while making people sicker. So my amendment will simply ensure environmental and climate justice block grants projects that improve health outcomes in low-income communities do not lose critical funding under this bill. If Republicans can truly prioritize their constituents, they should easily agree with me that this funding is valuable and must be protected. I urge my colleagues to support their constituents and support this amendment, as we know this has been very helpful to my colleague in Georgia, who who bears my name. Carter, buddy, this has been good. Let's keep it. I yield.
The gentleman yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. You know, the problem with all these amendments is we're getting into big fights over the language. Gentleman's amendment says that it can't, the unobligated amounts rescinded under Section A may not include amounts awarded to eligible entity for a grant used for protecting public health, improving health outcomes, or reducing the overall health impacts of environmental stressors for low-income households. The problem is that a lot of these things are used in areas where you look at one measure and you say, well, that helps the public health outcome, but you look at another measure, like when they shut down the coal industry in large measure, not completely, but in large measure in my district, public health outcomes got worse because people had less money. And the number one factor for determining health outcomes is whether or not folks have income. When they don't have income, their public health suffers. So I don't know how you would ever determine, I mean, the stated purpose might be for these different reasons, but in reality, oftentimes the stated purpose is not what actually happens on the ground or in the field. I mean, I recall having discussions with the Obama EPA administrator about some of the coal regulations they were putting into place, which they would argue was for public health, which put a lot of my people out of work. And when I also raised the issue that it would raise the cost of electricity in my region, which at one time in my lifetime was the third lowest in the country and now is extremely high, the answer was, well, we have programs to take care of those people who can't afford the electricity. But that affected health. They couldn't argue it didn't affect health, but they didn't include that in their analysis when they passed those regulations. So I think we could get into arguments about this that would last all night. Wait, we're probably going to do that anyway. But notwithstanding that, I would hope that the folks on the committee would vote this amendment down. I understand the gentleman is offering it with good intentions, but what we're trying to do is to make sure that our policies go forward that make sense. And I'm not sure a lot of these programs do that, and I'm sure that the gentleman, and we won't get into it now, but the gentleman from Alabama would be happy to talk about some of the things that he's uncovering on the Oversight and Investigation Subcommittee. And with that, asking everybody to vote no, I yield back.
The committee will stand in recess until 15 minutes after the last votes on the floor.